Satisfying sports talk from start to finish. You're going wire to wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
So you're telling me there's a chance Tiger very well, Cole, could make the cut and make you look just flat out stupid.
I don't believe it. I do not believe it. I refuse to believe it. I said yesterday he won't make it.
The horn went off on Tiger on, I believe, the 15th late yesterday evening. He finished up the hole, had to finish 3 more before starting his second round today. Tiger Woods sitting at even on the day, +1 overall, tied for 30th. What is the cut line projected to be, Cole? +1.
So he's right on track.
He's in there as of right now, and he's on 13. So unless the wheels fall off in the next 5 holes, there's a very good chance that Tiger Woods makes his 24th straight cut at the Masters, breaks the tie that he had with Fred Couples, and gets one more record.
What I think is so interesting about that, Diesel, like, I hear what you're saying. He is, as of right now, he's right there. But I guess what becomes interesting to me is today is the 12th. It's Friday, right at 3 o'clock. We haven't seen, I was watching a little bit this morning, we have not seen Tiger show any signs of pain or discomfort, even when walking. Like, if you watch him walking, he looks good, you know? So what's interesting to me is, right now he's right around that cut line, as you said. However, yesterday was day 1. They started late. I just wonder, and I hope not, and everyone who loves Tiger and loves golf, Diesel, will hate me for saying this, but I just wonder if day 2 he starts to feel that back, to feel that neck.
It's possible. We saw Tiger look pretty good for a lot of his first round. He was playing really well off of the tee in his mid-range shots. There was one off the 13th where he put it way off into the trees. He ended up making par on that hole, and that was the last hole that he was able to complete before it got dark. Obviously, if you remember yesterday, it took them a little time to get going because of the terrible weather. Tiger didn't get the chance to finish his entire first round. Had to play 5 holes this morning before getting back up and getting back out on the course at 10:18 this morning. He's paired today with Jason Day and Max Homa. I mean, so as good as you could probably ask for from Tiger on his first day, who's right there at the cut line? Guys like Vijay Singh, Thigala is tied there at 50th. Who's right below them? Schwartzel, Woodland, Ricky Fowler, all those guys tied for 57th, and they are 1 shot behind everyone who is currently tied for 50th. Now, those guys have a chance, obviously, to play well. Ricky Fowler is only on number 5, so if he has himself a good round today, he can play himself into the cut. But there hasn't really been a shortage of storylines. DeChambeau has been absolutely killing the ball so far. Scotty Scheffler is tied with him for the lead. Max Homa is in 3rd place, 1 shot back.
You know what I was thinking about this morning was what you talked about yesterday. And I hate to go here, but we really do, for the average golf guy, for the average golf fan, before we get into the Masters and what's going on a little bit deeper, Diesel, like, I think there's a ton to be said about having all these golfers on the same course at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you this. I hate the fact that when the Masters is over, just from the casual golf fan, listen, I'm no golf guy. I don't claim to be. I don't claim to be a golf expert. But I tell you what I do hate. If I wanted to get into golf, the worst part about this weekend for me is when the weekend's over, I don't think about golf again, you know? And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that a lot of those live guys, a lot of the big players, you said it yesterday, you cannot find them. If you want to watch them on TV, good luck. You know, you don't even nobody even knows where to go to watch it.
Can anybody tell us how to actually watch live golf?
Like, that's what I'm saying.
Do you have to have a subscription to a streaming app? Do they bury it somewhere on a streaming app? You tell us. I genuinely don't know.
I really want badly to be able to follow golf and have a vested interest in it. I think golf's a unique sport where you have to love it to really follow it. It's not a casual fan sport.
I'll tell you this. Growing up, I used to hate watching golf on TV. I thought it was dull. I thought it was boring. And granted, at the time, this was pre-Tiger. This was pre-Tiger when I was a kid before he changed the game.
Yeah.
Right? I would be at my grandpa's house, and he would have it on because they had an old TV that only had like 8 channels, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so golf would always be on Sundays, and I thought it was boring as could be. But then I'll tell you, Cole, once you start playing golf, even if you're terrible at it, and you will be, unless you're just a Steph Curry type phenom,
sure,
you're going to be terrible at it. But what you will gain, Cole, is a respect for and a novelty towards the players who get themselves into bad situations. And these pros still do it. I told you Tiger hit one way off into the trees on 13 yesterday. These guys still hit bad shots. And it might help if you go and YouTube PGA bad shots.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see that these guys do it all the time. The
Sure.
only difference is they're much better at getting out of it than you or I will ever be.
I did see
When
where
they can put themselves 30 yards into the trees and somehow snake the ball through a pine thicket and get it within 10 feet of the hole. It's absurd what they're able to do.
Did you see where Spieth absolutely botched? I don't know what it was this morning. I saw a really cool graphic online on Twitter that showed a diagram of Spieth's shots this morning. It was, I don't think he's having a really good day. He's someone that I tell you what, Jordan Spieth, when he won the Masters, it seems like forever ago now, right? I think that was the first time I ever thought to myself, like, I may have a chance at getting into golf. But he hasn't really,
Jordan Spieth is,
let's see where he is.
+8 overall, is +1 on the day. Through 12, he is +8 overall, tied for 76th. Obviously he is now, he's now 4 shots off of the cut line, the projected cut line. So it's possible if he goes on another run, but another shocker there is the fact that Dustin Johnson is +12.
Yeah, it is surprising.
Yeah,
Tiger
he's
is
through 12 holes today.
Tiger's 2 over now.
Mm-hmm.
And Tiger Woods bogeyed the 14th after missing his approach shot long of the green, and then he had to push it. So he's right now at 2 over. Still 2 shots inside the projected cut line.
It's Wire to Wire. I'm Diesel. He is Cole Bryson. This is the Fan Upstate. However you're listening to us, we appreciate you, whether you're listening over the radio, 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 in Spartanburg, online on the Odyssey app, or if you're listening to us after the show is over, in any one of the myriad of ways that you can do that. Appreciate it. Just do us a favor. If you have not yet subscribed, followed, liked, whatever it is on that particular platform, go ahead and do that for us. Todd Lewis from the Golf Channel, Cole, this is to our point earlier about Tiger and his ability to stand up to 2 or 3 days of punishment. Todd Lewis from the Golf Channel tweeted earlier today, you can tell that Tiger was having back stiffness this morning.
Ooh.
Played the remaining 5 holes from his first round, 2 over par for a 73. So he was -1 when he went back out this morning. He was out at 7:50 a.m. to finish his first round. Then I wonder, I know these guys are pros. I know these guys, like, they do this for a living, so getting up really early for them is probably not that big of an issue. But, with the body stiffness and soreness of finishing around late on Thursday, basically at dusk, which was 8:30 yesterday evening, being back up and on the course and playing at 7:50, which means he was probably up minimum 3:30 this morning, 4 a.m. this morning to get back out and get himself mentally ready, and whatever Tiger's day-to-day regimen is. I'm sure he's got a massage therapist on hand to help him with his back soreness. That's a tough turnaround. It really is to see that tough turnaround. And then he has to he cools off a little bit for a couple of hours, finishes his round probably around 8:30, 9 a.m. this morning, and then he's back out on the tee again at 10:20 a.m. That is to play another 18 holes. That is a tough turnaround for anyone. I'm telling you, man, I would buy stock in Bayer Back and Body if that was my life.
71307 is the way you can get in touch with the show, Wire to Wire. One texter chimes in and says, Live Golf was on ESPN the other day. Another texter says it's on the CW network. One Tolo chimes in and says, how in the hell in good conscience can you cover golf, but you poo-poo on wrestling? Asylum Pro Wrestling, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Asylum Pro Wrestling tonight, 8 p.m. in Boiling Springs, says this texter. Listen, how are we talking about golf? I don't know. Maybe it's the biggest golf week in the world this weekend.
It's a real sport, and it's not dudes oiled up in their underwear with scripted finishes.
Man, Diesel.
Maybe because
Shots
it's actually
fired.
Real competition, Mongo. I appreciate you taking a shot, Mongo, but I mean, come on. You can't tell me in any shape or form that it's the same thing. I've been very clear with you, Mongo, and Mongo knows that I'm just messing with him.
Mm-hmm.
Mongo knows this. Like, I've been very clear with you, Mongo, that I believe wrestling to be
entertaining,
a difficult physical activity.
Sure.
But it is a performance. It is a performance. It is not competition. There are two very different things. Performance means you already know who's going to win. You maybe duck and dive and throw somebody over the ropes and talk trash to them, but you ultimately know that Steve is going to win the fight today and not Jeff.
I want to know this. If you want us to cover wrestling, how do you expect us to sit here and have a entire segment conversation about your wrestling? I mean, really, what are we going to talk about?
Wow. Did you see that he grabbed him on the waist in just the right way so that he could flip him over his shoulder this time? Wasn't that exciting? Wasn't that exciting?
One texter says, or Mad text in and says, by Diesel's definition of a sport, it has to have defense, and golf does not. So I tell you what, there's some golf haters out there today. There are some golf haters.
No,
I guess,
but Mad, don't forget, Mad, that when we had this conversation the last time, I said, I told you that I didn't think golf was an actual sport. I never said that golf was a sport. I gave you my definition of a sport, which is there's defense involved. But I never said that golf was a sport. It's an activity. It's a physical activity. It's not a sport.
You don't think golf's a sport?
No, I don't.
Wow.
My definition of a sport, Cole, is that defense has to be played. Somebody has to be
Why do you think
somebody has to actively be trying to stop you from achieving your goal?
Ooh, I hadn't heard that opinion yet.
Sport. Yeah.
Let me think about this. Diesel says, I heard this live for the first time, just like you did. Diesel says, in order for it to be a sport, there has to be defense involved. Do you consider Olympic sports to be sports?
Depends on what Olympic sport we're talking about.
I don't know if I can go for that or not. Let me think.
There's competition.
Yeah.
There's sport and there's performance. Wrestling is a performance. It's not a sport. It's not competition.
Is gymnastics a sport?
No, but there's no defense in gymnastics.
What about track?
There's no defense in track.
You don't think track's a sport?
No.
Oh, no, I don't know if I can agree with you on that.
You're trying to paint me in a corner, okay? You're trying to paint me in a corner, and it's not gonna happen. Okay, truthfully here. Going by everyone's definition of sport, not my definition of sport, because I know that I'm obtuse on this, okay? I know that I'm obtuse on this. Is golf the best solo sport in the world? I mean, think about solo sports. There's gymnastics, there's swimming, cycling, skiing, snowboarding, surfing, NASCAR, kind of. Like, there's no teams there are teams in NASCAR, but it's not like, it's not Ricky Bobby and Cal Naughton, where Cal's job is to push Ricky to first place. Like, that's a true teammate. I know in NASCAR, you're on a team and you're all sharing information when you're testing your cars. I get that. But they're ultimately trying to beat each other when they're on the track. So is golf the greatest solo sport on earth? What do you think?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around your opinion and see if I I got to form an opinion on this. I haven't had time. That caught me off guard.
Like when you're playing basketball, somebody's trying to stop you from getting the ball in the goal.
Yeah.
When you're playing football, somebody's trying to stop you from getting the ball across the goal line. In baseball, somebody's trying to stop you from advancing from base to base to base.
Let me ask you your opinion on this. One texter says the entire course is playing defense against you. You agree with that?
I did think about that. That was my thought. Who is this? Who texted this?
They didn't give a name.
Okay.
Tolo
Anonymous. Okay.
Yes.
I did think about that, and I thought that was going to be kind of a cop-out.
Sure.
I thought about that, and I was going to say the whole course. I mean, the conditions are trying to stop you. The heat is trying to stop you. But it's not really. I mean,
Brandon Burnett.
Course is an inanimate object.
Brendan Burnett says, no one wants to hear golf or wrestling. Hurry up football season. Come on now. I mean, the freaking Masters, for crying out loud, is on, and y'all are giving us crap for talking about golf. Are you kidding me?
Texter says, how do you know those golfers ain't all oiled up underneath those awesome vests and polos?
All right.
Is that what you think about in your own time, Texter? Oiled up Jordan Spieth? Oiled up Tony Finau.
That's
disgusting. Now you can't unsee it.
No.
You're welcome, Texter. Now it got real.
So
now it got weird.
Oxford Languages Dictionary defines sport as an activity involving physical exertion and skill in which an individual or team competes against another or others for entertainment.
For entertainment?
That's what it says. Again, this is
so if there's no spectators, it's not a sport, according to the Oxford.
Not during COVID. I don't know.
What about when they had the cardboard cutouts? That's for the entertainment of cardboard cutouts and people watching at home. Hey, we're deep in the weeds already on the show.
I like it. I just have to figure out. I need a day to form my opinion on this whole thing. On golf not being a sport, in your opinion, I need to think about this. I need to think about it. Diesel says there has to be defense played. All right, I'm going to think about it. And I'm going to get back to you. I don't want to overreact.
I was asked once if I thought surfing was a sport. I said no because there's no defense, and I was told, well, there's sharks in the water. They're trying to stop you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point. They're pretty defensive, you know. Man, I'm stumped. I am stumped. Mongo says golf's just a reason for rich dudes to drink beer and dress in goofy pants.
Hell yeah, Payne Stewart. R.I.P. Payne Stewart was the GOAT. You don't know Payne Stewart, though.
Nah.
Payne Stewart, he dressed like he was one of those old-fashioned, like, iron caddy statues that rich people would put in their front yards.
Yeah.
Like the big baggy pants pulled up to his knees, the knickers. And he wore goofy hats and, like, really colorful outfits. I loved Payne Stewart. He was one of my favorites growing up.
So, right now, I had it pulled up. Who is DeChambeau still leading?
Yeah, let me hit a refresh on this.
Was he even last time, right?
He is even in round 2. He is tied with Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler's -1 in round 2, but Scotty's only played 2 holes. Bryson DeChambeau is even through 9. Max Homa is in 3rd. He's 1 shot back. Let's see here. Some of these other really important names that you might want to know about.
Phil, anywhere to be seen?
Colin Morikawa has had himself a good second day. Here's -1 through 13, so -2 overall. Will Zalatoris is tied for 15th with Lucas Glover at -1 overall. You asked me about Phil.
Is he even anywhere to be found? Find Phil.
Find Phil.
Phil,
yeah.
where you at,
yeah,
man?
Can Phil Mickelson give Ipe Matsuhara some gambling advice, because even he didn't lose that much money? Yeesh.
I just wish Phil was relevant this weekend. I mean, are we going to get to tomorrow and Phil not even? I mean,
Phil is tied for 29th,
okay.
+1, so he seems to be at the moment inside the cut line. And they take the top 50, so it's anybody who is tied for 50th or better. As of right now, there is no 50th place. It goes from tied for 42nd to tied for 51st. Zach Johnson is one of those guys who, as of right now, is not on the right side of the cut line.
All right, I'm doing a little trivia, Masters trivia for you. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Last year, who won the Masters in 2023?
I don't know.
John Rahm.
Okay.
You know who won it in 22?
Morikawa. Right?
Scotty Scheffler.
Oh,
Scotty
Morikawa won
Scheffler.
it. Sorry. Hideki Matsuyama won it in
Yes,
2021.
21. Yes, from Japan. You talked about Dustin Johnson. COVID year. Remember, that was the one I believe that they played in August or September. Yeah, because Dustin.
Wrong.
Yeah. Dustin won it in the fall, or I don't know if it was fall, but it was late summer when they finally played the Masters in 2020.
Right.
It was not the normal time of the Masters.
Spur Daddy says NASCAR is the best individual sport in America. He also asks, so gymnastics isn't a sport?
Victor Hovland just double bogeyed. That doesn't help my Masters pool. I have him. He just double bogeyed on the par 3 number 4 hole.
How did you do this? Did you parlay a couple of guys together?
So, yeah, on this Masters pool, there's like 605 people involved playing, and you pick 7 total players, and the lowest score obviously wins, right? There is a tiebreaker involved. I was in first place for the majority of yesterday. My guys were playing really, really good yesterday. However, I have dropped like a rock. I am now in 90th.
Ouch.
So,
you were up to third yesterday, right?
I actually got to first yesterday at one point.
Well, does that really count when you're first through? Like,
well, I was at the end of
toward the end of the day.
Toward the end of the day, most people had played. So I have Bryson, Young-hoon An, Lucas Glover, Zalatorius, and then Brooks Koepka, Minwoo Lee, and Victor Hovland. But they're all scratched because they're not playing well at the moment. I don't have a bad team, so I'll tell you this. I'm in 90th place, and my total team score is at -10. First place, just to put it in perspective to see how far I am out of first place, first place is at -22, under 22 under. Mm-hmm. That's tough. I don't know if I'll be able to catch that.
Shout out to Adam Harris. Just sent in a fight. We're not going to get to it today, Adam Harris, because we got a lot of really good stuff scheduled for the 5 o'clock fight. But we will get to your 5 o'clock fight on Monday.
Oh, he sent one in?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, appreciate that, Adam.
Yeah, remember, guys, anytime you have anything that you want Cole and I to fight about, we will fight about it. Just email me, diesel@thefanupstate.com. Put the word fight as the subject line of your email.
All right, real quickly before break, Dewey wants to chime in on the conversation. Dewey, you are free to ramble. What's up, man?
Yes, you know what? That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
What?
Everything's a sport. Golf's a sport. You know what else is a sport? Sex is a sport.
Because there's defense. Are you getting a little too much defense?
No one stops me. I'm a champion. I have 36 children to prove it.
36. Dewey, we appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Dewey.
That was great. That was absolutely fantastic.
Texter got in and said, I guess sex is a sport. I mean, sometimes your mom's trying to stop you. Your pastor's trying to stop you. Your girlfriend's trying to stop you.
So there's defense involved.
There's a lot of defense involved. There's chastity belts. There's whiskey. Lots of reasons why you can't do it.
What would we do without Dewey? I mean, how does this show even stay on the
more intelligent sounding show? Shane Beamer forever.
Oh, thank you for the call, Dewey. 844 fan phones, the way you can get in touch with the program. All right, coming up next, Brandon. I'm going to do what Dabo did with a Tyler. Hey, Brandon, we're going to talk a little college football. Brandon, coming up next, just for you. I do want to throw something out there that was on Twitter yesterday. I have a little news on this on the other side regarding Clemson and Florida State. So we've talked a lot lately about Clemson, Florida State, ACC lawsuits, and I wanted to circle back on something very interesting. And Diesel, you and I purposely did not talk about this off air.
Mm-hmm.
That way we could give our instant reactions on air. But I do want to go back in time a few days. So at Ingles Wednesday, you and I were on location.
Had a great time.
Wonderful time, as we always do at Ingles. I got a text message on Wednesday, and I'm going to pull that text message up. But I also yesterday saw a thread on Twitter. I'm going to go to the thread first, Diesel, and I am not going to read every tweet, but I do want to get to this because it is fascinating, and then I'll tell you the text I got. This is on Twitter from C.W. Lambert. He is at Inside the Big 12. He covers Big 12. I don't know if that's his real name or not, but that's what he is on Twitter, right? C.W. Lambert. Well, yesterday, Thursday, a day after the text came to my phone, I'll tell you what the text said in a little while, but yesterday he put out a thread of tweets, and they went pretty viral. So C.W. Lambert yesterday, Diesel, the very first tweet he put out said this. I have to find the tweet, right? This is great radio. All right. I have some legit insider information, says C.W. Lambert, from a source in sports broadcasting industry that I was going to write up and disseminate, but I don't have the time. So I'm just going to spill the beans here now and see who takes notice. So this was yesterday. Again, on Twitter, everybody has a voice, so you have to, every time you see something, verify that it's true, right? So C.W. Lambert yesterday goes on to say, but first, do me a favor, remember who, what, and when. Keep track of how many of the details I'm sharing tonight come to fruition. So this is a super long thread. I'm not going to read every tweet, but the first important tweet says, ESPN has approached FSU, Clemson, and the ACC about a potential settlement allowing the Seminoles and Tigers to leave the ACC whenever they want. But an ESPN brokered deal is only possible if FSU and Clemson leave for the SEC. Why? I'm glad you asked. The next tweet says, ESPN is the exclusive rights holder for both the ACC and SEC. Moreover, ESPN is a partner in both the ACC network and SEC network. ESPN would not lose money if Florida State and Clemson are in the SEC opposed to the ACC. The basics of the potential settlement are, number one, Florida State and Clemson would pay an exit fee equal to what Texas and Oklahoma paid to exit the Big 12, plus a percentage. Number two, the ACC would retain the rights to FSU and Clemson home games, but license those rights to ESPN for SEC broadcast. And then point three, the ACC receives 50% of the fair market value of FSU and Clemson home games in both football and basketball. The percentage of the ACC receives, the percentage that the ACC receives will decrease each year of the agreement. So the last tweet that I'm going to read from him for right now says, my source tells me the details above are in the initial phase. Opening proposition, and they will change slightly as negotiations change the details, but the basics will remain the same. So, in this thread of tweets that I just read to you, he does break some very interesting information. Whether this is all legitimate, 100% true, Diesel, we don't know. However, I want to fast forward to Wednesday. I'm going to pull my phone back up because I'm going to go to a text message that I got Wednesday while you and I were on air. So, a friend of mine who I'm in a hunt club with in Arkansas, I'll leave it at that, sent me a text on Wednesday. This came at 3:27, so we just went on the air. This source is a former offensive lineman for Alabama. Very good friend of mine.
So we could call him a Crimson Tide ghost.
Could be.
Alabama ghost.
Absolutely. Very well could call him that. So the text that he sent me Wednesday, a day before this thread came out, said, and again, I didn't break this because I didn't have much information. The text read, inside guy in the athletic department said Clemson and Florida State are joining the SEC, ironing out contracts, buyouts, etc. I said, wow, athletic department at Alabama, ? He said, very reliable source, yes. So I said, that is wild. He said, that's what's getting ironed out. A super league is forming, 3 super conferences, setting up collective bargaining just like the NFL out with NCAA. This text came on Wednesday while you and I were on air. I read it. I was shocked. I did not respond. I did not put it out there because that's all I had was a text, a source. And I wasn't going to run with something that I didn't have any more information to, any legs to, right? So then a day later, this C.W. Lambert tweets out a thread.
Seems to corroborate.
It sure does. And I talked to C.W. Lambert this morning, and Diesel, there is legs to this. So after all I've read, after all I've said, your initial reaction to what potentially could be huge for the SEC?
Well, it is the absolute best case scenario for Clemson and Florida State fans. Florida fans and South Carolina fans are going to lose their minds over this, but ultimately will understand that this is the best thing for them, right? I mean, it keeps all of the fervor and all of the hate insular inside your own conference. I mean, we had heard that the Big 12 was interested in it's not the Big 12, the Big 10 was interested in expanding into the Southeast, but that Clemson and Florida State were not really viable candidates to them because they don't hold the academic standing that they want from their member institutions. The Big 10, they have their noses in the air. They look down on Clemson and Florida State because, well, sorry, you're not an AAU status institution. I think it's the best possible thing. I have advocated for the thought process among Florida and South Carolina fans for years now to remind themselves that it's not just about market penetration, it's about market saturation.
Sure.
And South Carolina is a big state with a lot of eyeballs and TV sets. And I'm sure the SEC would love to capture 90% of the eyeballs in the state of South Carolina rather than holding 40%, 40% Clemson, 40% South Carolina, 20% other. It's just a basic breakdown. It's not based on any actual research here. So the state of Florida, they would love to have, the SEC would love to have 70% of the fan base in the state of Florida. Sorry, Madcraft Miami not invited to this little tea party. But I think it's a great thing. And it's just based on the geography alone. I'm not talking about going towards super conferences because I don't particularly love that. But it feels like it's maintaining a semblance of what Southern football is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like it would feel wrong to have the Big 10 with their grubby little fingers in Southern football. It feels wrong to have that. So, I mean, hey, again, if I'm a Clemson fan, I'm excited for it. I don't know how the money would really break down with that. I don't know. I assume that it has to be a financial windfall at some point, if not immediately. It has to be a financial windfall, net positive for both Clemson and Florida State. Otherwise, they wouldn't take it. They're going to make more money than they will with the ACC.
So what's interesting, Diesel, is the proposed settlement mitigates the damages to everyone, okay? The ACC would survive because ESPN picks up the option to 2036, but their losses will be offset by the number of the FSU and Clemson rights they retain. FSU and Clemson would win by leaving the ACC, right? 50% of the SEC is more than 100% of the ACC money each year. They claw back a percentage of their home media rights. So everyone saves legal fees and public embarrassment, except the percentage of the ACC. Says C.W. Lambert, expect the percentage the ACC receives of FSU and Clemson's TV rights to be negotiated down from the starting point of 50%. 35% is a more likely starting point. The source that talked to C.W. Lambert, Diesel, also pointed out that it's critical that the ACC negotiate in good faith and accept the survival of the conference depends on the acceptance of this offer at the best terms they can negotiate.
It does feel like by 2036, if the ACC doesn't accept this deal, everyone's gone. Everyone's leaving.
Sure.
Everyone wants out. Everybody wants to be part of one of these 3 leagues. I mean, I could see Miami saying, okay, we'll join up with UCF. We'll go to the Big 12.
So listen to this. If the ACC, again from this source, if the ACC doesn't settle Diesel with FSU and Clemson, then ESPN will not pick up the option on its TV contract. They will have no TV revenue beginning in 2027, which is 3 years from now, and the conference will breach the terms of the GOR, thus voiding it.
Grant of rights.
Yep.
That would be right there. Proof positive of something that people have been saying on message boards for years and years and years, that ESPN is the one pulling the strings with all of this. That right there is ESPN saying, hey, ACC, we got you by the marbles. You have to do what we want. You have to give us these 2 brands or your conference crumbles.
Yeah.
And you're out there on your own. You will go the way of the Pac-12. You will become a dodo.
Sure.
People will remember, think back fondly, how great was the ACC.
So ESPN Diesel will lose a ton of money if Florida State and Clemson went to the Big Ten.
Yeah.
So ESPN really, as much as we've talked about this, ESPN has more of a stronghold, more of a grip on this than people realize. They'll do everything they can to avoid Clemson and Florida State going to the Big Ten. So I think ESPN is ultimately who gets this done, which is fascinating.
I am fascinated to see what other negotiations are in place for the other big brands in the ACC that are consistently brought up. I'm talking North Carolina, NC State, Duke, Virginia Tech. What happens with those schools? Are they looking at being picked off by the Big Ten? Are they stuck in a prisoner's dilemma?
Well,
like they can't leave for a while?
So here's what he goes on to say about that to answer your question, which is a great question. Unfortunately, it's not automatic that the ACC realizes its predicament and accepts it has no choice but to listen to ESPN. There's a fault line running through the ACC that divides the membership in half. Some, like North Carolina, are going to be unhappy. The question is, though, will the ACC's new contract resulting from a settlement pay schools like Louisville, Miami, NC State, and Virginia Tech enough? Will the renegotiated contract pay enough to win a supermajority of votes needed to approve a settlement? ACC, in my opinion, needs to realize what happened to the Pac-12.
Yeah.
And, accept it. Let's wash your hands. I mean, they have no choice.
Yeah. Well, they've got Stanford and Cal now on a short-term basis.
Sure.
So they needed them for the votes. What happens with Stanford and Cal if the ACC refuses this deal? They're back out on the streets again.
It's just crazy, man.
ACC try to replenish its numbers with even more big brands. USF. Who knows? Who knows who else might be an option there?
It's absolutely wild.
It's wild, and I'm telling you, man, I can't tell you how much I love conference realignment. It's juicy, it's sticky, it's messy, and I'm here for every single bit of it. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on the buzz today. Our Daily Wire is coming up next, and with the Carolina Panthers holding picks number 33 and 39, should they stand pat right there and just pick at 33 and 39, or could they move up, move down? What would be the right strategy? That's next here on Wire to Wire. I'm Diesel. He's Cole Bryson. We are the Fan Upstate. Here's the buzz. Your daily wires. Ippei Mitsuhara is in federal custody after surrendering to law enforcement. He is, of course, accused of stealing more than $16 million from Shohei Ohtani over 2 years. They are charging him with bank fraud, which carries a maximum penalty of $1 million and or 30 years in prison. If he couldn't pay back $16 million in gambling debt, how's he going to pay $1 million in penalty?
My boy Ippei.
He's going to jail.
Ippei
is going to jail. Yeah, forget Tiger versus Phil.
It sounds like a book.
I want to see Ippei versus Phil in a gamble off.
Why does that sound like a children's book? Ippei goes to jail. Hey, kids, get your books out.
Page 1, don't drop the soap.
Okay. I wonder real quick, what Ippei's first wager ever was. I mean, his first ever wager. What age was he?
10. 10. I'll bet you that I can get Timmy to lick the flagpole.
Ippei was gambling in Japan at 10 years old.
South Carolina men have finished the AP polls. The final AP polls have been released. South Carolina men finished number 24 in the country. South Carolina women finished number 1. It's the first time since 2004. Both Gamecock basketball teams have finished ranked inside the AP top 25.
And you're telling me you're not a basketball school?
That's right. Yeah. Gamecock fans, just embrace it.
I mean, come on now.
Just embrace it. Be a basketball school. Put all your resources towards being a basketball school. Stop this charade, would you? It's hard watching you suffer the way that you have for decades and decades.
Skip over the next one if you don't mind.
Well, okay. No, I won't do that one because this one clearly hurts you a little bit. The Braves lost to the Mets yesterday 16-4. But whipping. They will play Miami tonight, who are 2-11. The Braves are 7-4, so maybe it's a get-right game for the Atlanta Braves.
Gotta hope.
Yep. Clemson, who are 28-4, will host NC State this weekend, who are 18-12. Maybe another opportunity for a get-right after you lost the midweeker. Let's see. South Carolina travels to Florida this weekend. The crazy thing is Florida was a top 10 team, and then they fell off.
Yeah, they've lost a few, but I'll tell you this. Even though they fell off, this is a huge weekend for South Carolina.
Get 2 out of 3. You got to take the series.
I think South Carolina does.
You think so?
I think they take 2 or 3
on
this weekend.
Road, in Gainesville.
I do.
It's a tough place to win baseball games.
I'm calling it.
Kentucky is nearing a 5-year deal with BYU's Mark Pope to be the next head coach in Lexington.
That's so.
A lot of people are really upset about that.
That's pitiful. We'll get to it.
Didn't even give Dawn Staley a chance.
That's why I'm pissed.
Had a chance to be a groundbreaker, Kentucky.
Didn't even call her.
Didn't even call
We'll get back to that.
Yep. This is the Fan Upstate. It's Wire to Wire. I'm Diesel. He is Cole Bryson. We're now we're under 2 weeks away now, Cole, from the NFL draft. We're officially now 2 weeks away from the Panthers being on the clock, since they don't get to pick on Thursday. But I can tell you, this is exciting, Cole. I have gotten confirmation from Anish Shroff, play-by-play voice of the Carolina Panthers. He will join us on draft day, as you and I will be live on location at Dave & Buster's Woodruff Road in Greenville on draft day, on Thursday, the first round of the NFL draft. We'll be there, and we'll be talking to the voice of the Carolina Panthers.
We're going to do a lot of Panthers that week, not just Thursday, but that week of the draft. We're going to have a couple other Panthers guests. So listen, Diesel and I are going to try our absolute darndest to pump this thing up and give you guys some, something to look forward to.
There are reasons to be excited if you're a Carolina Panthers fan. Now, it all depends on what Carolina's strategy is when it comes to the NFL draft. They currently hold number 33 and number 39. So they got 2 picks in the second round. And the question for you, Cole, and for everybody listening, 71307, start your text with keyword fan. You can also call us on the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone. That's 844-326-3663. Do you believe that the Carolina Panthers should stay put with what they've got, 33 and 39, and then they keep on picking from after that? Or do you believe that the Carolina Panthers should make some trade moves ahead of the second round, ahead of their pick? Like, they could potentially, not saying this would be a great strategy, but they could potentially bundle 33 and 39 together and get up into the first round if they felt like that's what they needed to do. They could bundle either one of those picks with maybe a third or a fourth rounder
Sure.
to try to move up just a little bit more. They could stay right where they are, which is a pretty good spot.
It is.
Or they could maybe trade one of those picks back a little bit and get some more picks, because the Carolina Panthers need bodies at so many positions. They would be an extremely young football team with as many rookies as they would have on the roster. And these rookies probably would be set to get an awful lot of playing time. So my question for you is, what should they do? What should they do?
You know,
they need a lot.
They do, and it's a very interesting question, and I'll answer by saying this. I do think the Panthers could trade up, bundle those two for a one. I just don't know, and this may sound crazy, I don't know if it would be worth it to do that, to go get a guy.
Crazy about a guy.
Well, I was going to say Brock Bowers. I was going to say Brock Bowers from Georgia. If you feel like Brock Bowers at tight end can really boost what your team has, maybe. But if it's me, I'm going, because what you just said, Panthers need so much, I'm going to stay where I'm at, take those two picks almost back-to-back, and get a defensive tackle probably and a wide receiver, and get 2 for 1 there, because that's a good spot to be in early in the day.
I don't know if you read my notes, because you and I are thinking the exact same way. My thought was, if they trade up, they need to go get a tight end, somebody who can catch the ball, who can really help Bryce Young out in pass protection, and help him get some of these guys from coming around the edge at him.
See, I think you can get that.
That's a bit of a reach, though. I think you can get a good tight end later on in the draft, and maybe it's not. It's not a terrible move.
No,
but when you need so much, I think it's a poor decision to leverage your 2 picks into one to go get one guy. I'm not really sure that's the right way to go. We're going to get deeper into this into the very next segment, because we are right up against the break. But let's get your thoughts at 71307. The 3 options are: bundle the picks and move up into the first, stay where you are, or trade back a little bit. See if you can get some extra pieces. What do you think the Carolina Panthers should do? We're going to continue answering this question next here on Wire to Wire. He's Cole Bryson. I'm Diesel. You're listening to The Fan Upstate.
As we get closer and closer to the draft, I do want to let you know that we will have draft coverage for you like nobody else. No other place, no other station will have the draft coverage that we'll have on the week of the draft, on draft night itself. Diesel and I will be on location at Dave & Buster's. BetMGM with host Ryan Horvat. Those guys will have a huge show lined up for you. The draft day prop bet tracker. BetMGM tonight will maintain a live tracker of the most popular prop bets related to the draft. And then on the digital side, the social media side, we'll have clip reactions. We'll give you instant analysis, expert opinions. We want you to stay connected. We'll stay connected with you. We'll also have behind-the-scenes content, BetMGM crew, plus wire-to-wire all day on the day of the draft and the week leading up to it. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. We hope that you TOLO that entire week. Turn it on and leave it on. All right, we're going to get back into the conversation with the Panthers, Diesel, that you brought to the table just a few minutes ago. We do have a lot of good messages on the stream regarding what the Panthers should do. A couple of texts as well, if they should stay where they are or trade up. I say stay where they are, but I do want to get to two things real quickly. Tiger did finish the day. He will make the cut for a record-breaking 24th time in a row.
Feels
Tiger Woods.
right.
It does. Tiger Woods shot a 72 today. He just finished on the day. So, again, Tiger Woods is going to make the cut. You will get to see the Sunday Reds this weekend. How incredible will that be? And then one other note before we get to back to the Panthers conversation, Diesel, I am not sold. I don't love the Kentucky hire. Kentucky, Mark Pope, they're finalizing a contract. They're finalizing a deal right now. And, man, I tell you, I know that you and I discussed Mark Pope being a candidate.
Who would have thought that Kentucky wouldn't get their first choice? Wow.
Kentucky not only didn't get their first choice, they got told no about a handful of times. They got told no by everybody. I just thought that Kentucky is an elite program that I don't want to say they settled for a guy in Mark Pope. They could prove me wrong, and Mark Pope could win a championship in 3 years. I'm not saying Mark Pope's not a good coach. Don't hear me wrong. I just expected more from Kentucky. I don't love the hire. I don't love Mark Pope being the next coach at Kentucky. Kentucky, this is the New York Yankees. This is the Alabama Crimson Tide, and you go get Mark Pope. Man, I don't know that I'm sold on this. I really don't, Diesel.
Yeah, it's
not a sexy name.
It kind of smells like a stopgap at the moment. You know, maybe it's going to be 4 to 5 years, Mark Pope at Kentucky, unless things go well. I mean, look, he has about the best possible market conditions to go out there and find success, right? Like there are things that he couldn't get at BYU because he just didn't have the resources that he has at his disposal at Kentucky. So, you know, maybe those things will help him be better at getting the guys that he wants to get. But I mean, what do we keep hearing? What's the common refrain is that people, these kids are not signing on to play for a program. They're signing on to play for a coach. And maybe Mark Pope's not going to be the guy who can get, you know, the type of recruits that Kentucky needs. Maybe, though, I'd have to dig deeper into Mark Pope's track record and his ability to, like, you know, look at his roster from 2023 and see how many upperclassmen he had. Maybe that's what Kentucky really needs. You know, maybe the sexy hire who can continue the one and dones isn't really what Kentucky needs.
Well, and like I said, I could be wrong. It may turn out to be a good hire, but I'm not blown away by it.
Yeah. I'm going to look up BYU's roster here ever so quickly and just kind of get an idea of, okay, I don't know who's starters. I don't know who's bench players, but I got senior, junior, graduate, junior. He's got a fairly old team. I wonder how much of that has to do with BYU and the mission and all that stuff. But there's not a whole lot of younger players on this roster. I'm seeing 2, 3, 4 guys. 4 guys on that BYU roster who are sophomore or freshman.
One texter says, I hear you on Kentucky disappointment, but we just lobbied for Powell for Gamecocks, a national champion player to lead their alma mater. I'm good with it, you hypocrite. Listen, I don't know, texter, and by the way, I love you too. I really do. I mean it. I don't know when I ever said that hiring one of your own, that hiring their alma mater, that hiring from within or someone who went to your school. I don't know. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I'm not really sure what your text means. I'm kind of confused. I don't know. I never really said that.
I don't always believe in hiring the nepotism hire, the guy that's been there before.
Yeah, did I say they should always do that? No. I don't recall saying that, texter.
People always want to paint anybody in a corner anymore. You
Sure.
said this one thing one time 3 weeks ago, so now it means every time an issue like that comes up, you have to lean the same direction.
Yeah, I just don't think that's the greatest analogy there. Powell for the Gamecocks. But anyways.
Anything could happen. It could go well for Kentucky.
It could go well. You never know.
But we'll just have to.
My point is, Diesel, I think there's better coaches out there. Okay, that's it. Pope might be great.
Yes, there were, but they couldn't get him.
They couldn't. And that's surprising to me. That it really is surprising.
So at the very least, I think Pope is going to be a stopgap coach who gets Kentucky. I mean, obviously the standard at Kentucky is extremely high, and they will have more than enough reasons to get rid of you if you can't uphold that standard. They will have more than enough dollar signs to pay your buyout if they don't think you're getting it done.
So back to the conversation we had last segment, Diesel, and you asked the very good question. What should the Carolina Panthers do next Friday, or not next Friday, 2 Fridays from today, right?
Correct.
Should they
33 and 39?
Should they stay or should they go?
Right.
Like the old song.
Yeah, both of us agreed that if they were going to trade up, they're probably looking, or they should look at a tight end, somebody who can kind of split the role and help out in the passing game and in pass protection. We didn't discuss this beforehand, but both of us arrived at the same place. If they hold, they got 33 and 39. It depends on, I'm looking at best wide receiver and probably either best center or best cornerback, depending on who's available at the time. I don't love moving Austin Corbett over to center. He's never played center in a live NFL game. He's played it in OTAs in the offseason, but never in a live game. So I'm not in love with Austin Corbett. Maybe you move him back over to the guard spot as a rotational guy. You have some really good depth at the guard spot. They made some big moves in the offseason at guard. So that's the one thing that maybe makes me think that's not super likely. They take a center with either 33 or 39.
I want to park on that tight end for a second. Yeah. If they were to do that, is when you're a team like the Carolina Panthers who have so many needs, Diesel, if you go and get a tight end in the first round, and Brock Bowers, obviously, he may be a generational type player. He seems to be – he was one of the best college tight ends that I've seen. Mm-hmm. But is that not super, super risky to go and put all your eggs in the basket and eliminate one of your picks? You already don't have one first round. Now you're going to eliminate a second round to go hope that Brock Bowers turns your franchise around?
Yeah, they need to spread this around and get as many, potential difference makers as they can get. Anything can happen. He could turn out to be a bust. He could get hurt. It all just kind of depends. And it really also depends on what, Canales wants to do with the offense. Does he want to really incorporate the tight end a lot? And if he does, and maybe it's not a bad move.
Like if you told me that Brock Bowers is going to be the next Travis Kelce, of course, right? Nobody knew when Travis Kelce got drafted that Travis Kelce was going to be as good as he was. So if you tell me, oh, yeah, Brock Bowers is going to be the next tight end in the league, the next premier tight end, well, of course. But nobody knows that. Listen, Brock Bowers may go somewhere and light it up. I wouldn't hate it. I just feel like you can probably get a really good day 2 receiver.
Yeah, they'd have to move up a lot, though. As of right now, CBS has Brock Bowers mocked at number 16. So they'd have to move up quite a bit if that's who they wanted to get. That would be a reach financially. That would be expensive to go get a Brock Bowers. I understand why you would want him, because he was fantastic in college, but
He was.
I'm not sure that that's, really worth reaching that far.
A ton of interaction on the stream as well as the text. JD on the stream says, go wide receiver in second round. Do not trade up just to get the best player every position when it's your chance. This is a long-term anyway. Trey says, I think trading up decreases your chance to have a better team because of the risk injury. Great point. If you draft well, then you have two capable pieces that could be mainstays years to come. 100%.
The Panthers have had a hard time drafting well, but the
You're
difference
right.
is it's a new staff.
Trey says, let's get Leggett, and then also says, would Shipley be a good draft pick for Carolina? I would say no. I would not say.
The thing about Xavier Leggett is he makes me nervous.
Xavier does?
Yeah, he makes me nervous because he had a fantastic fifth year in college. Fantastic. 1,200 yards, 7 touchdowns as a fifth-year senior, but he didn't do jack squat in his 4 years leading up to that point. It took him 5 years in a college system to find moderate success or to find anything better than moderate success. He's the 13th best wide receiver in this class. It feels like if you're going Xavier Leggett, it feels like you're trying to capture a little bit of the South Carolina Gamecock fan base, keep them locked in. And I'm not super sold. I don't think it's an awful pick because, hey, maybe he is that guy who in his fifth year had 1,200 yards and 7 touchdowns, but maybe he just got lucky in a great season.
On the text stream, one texter says Panthers need to stay where they are depending on if they trade back. That doesn't include the second-round pick. They absolutely have to nail the pick. Another texter, it's such a long-term rebuild. They don't need to do anything drastic, just get the best overall with each pick. And then the last text for now says, I will say this, if we trade up, it better not be for Brock Bowers. Wow. So
I
that
know
poses
people want a Donnie Mitchell.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. If you did trade up in your Carolina, who would be? I mean, I agree with a lot of the text coming in. If you trade up, you better hit that thing on the head.
Yeah, this is when it becomes a gamble, though. But see, the Panthers have to look once we get to pick number 12, 13, 14. They got to look and see who's still on the board and make a move quickly to get there. I mean, they have to hedge their bets. As of right now, CBS has Donnie Mitchell, who is, he's that tall, lengthy wide receiver that the Carolina Panthers need. They need somebody, a go up and get it kind of guy, a guy that can hit those vertical routes. He's mocked right now 23 to the Chargers, so he may not be available to you at 33. It looks like, Xavier Worthy, a slightly lesser guy, also out of Texas. He was a fine wide receiver. He may be available for you at 33, and he may be the best that you can get.
I think he will be.
Time. So if that's the situation, I'm asking, am I going to spend 33 on a center? Am I going to spend 39 on a DB? I don't know.
Man, there is always in every draft, there's always one or two receivers that get picked on day 2 that turn out to have really good careers. Mm-hmm. And like the lad however you say his name, McConkey from Georgia.
It's a great name.
It is a great name. Lad McConkey, I do think that he's somebody that, he's not a Brock Bowers in terms of his size and his physical ability, but he's going to, don't you feel like he'll be there at 30, 33?
I think he will be. Yeah, I think he will be. What's a better name? Lad McConkey or a guy that was on my team, App State? His name was Sims McElfresh.
I like Lad McConkey.
Lad McConkey.
That's a great name.
It's not a bad. You can't go wrong with either one of those. Option 3 for the Carolina Panthers is that they trade back. They trade 33 back to get some more picks, to get some more options there. They trade 39. If I was going to trade back, I'd want to trade 39 back. But obviously, I don't think a whole lot of teams are going to want.
You can't afford to do that, can you?
Well, you can afford to do that because you have to address 3 big-time needs as early as you possibly can. Receiver, center, and corner. If you can trade one of those back and get, especially if you can get both of them in the second round, that's a big ask. It's a big ask, but you're probably more likely going to get a later second round and a third round pick. But if you can swindle one of these teams, and there's a couple of them. The Eagles have 2 picks, 50 and 53. Houston has 42 and 59. If you could maybe swindle either Philadelphia or Houston into giving you their 2 second-round picks and allowing them to move up to 33 or 39, you may be in a position where you can address all of those issues at the same time. As a matter of fact, CBS mocks Nate Wiggins out of Clemson to the Panthers at 39.
Wow, that's early.
Yeah, he could be a really good piece for the Carolina Panthers. As of right now, NFL.com has his draft grade as a 6.43, and they have him, quote, becoming a good starter within 2 years, as he is the 4th best corner in this draft.
I'm not reading that text, by the way, Mongo, but I will say this. I do love the name Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback from Alabama. I think the Panthers, if they do stay where they're at, which I think they will, I think it'd be a big risk to move up. But I think if they stay where they at, Diesel, I think they have to go offense and defense right there. I know that you and I talked a couple of days ago about the new Carolina Panthers era of really having the focus on the offensive side of the ball, but there are so many holes. If you can get a guy like that from Alabama, a cornerback, look at the history of cornerbacks that have come out of Alabama.
Yeah.
You got, if Kool-Aid McKinstry is there, you do have to go get a guy like him. Keon Coleman from Florida State. I don't know if we brought that name up a couple of days ago or not, but, I thought he was one of the better wide receivers last year.
Yeah.
And Coleman, you've got to get 2 guys. The reason I think you stay where you're at is if you get 2 decent players there that you feel like can be serviceable, you don't have to have both of those hit and be the best ever. If you trade up, you have to have that thing hit. That's a ton of risk.
It feels like at 39, you can still get yourself a really good corner.
Sure.
Obviously, the Panthers are so thin there, and they really need to start thinking for the future going into the 2025 season. DiCaprio, Boodle, Troy Hill, Lamar Jackson, not that Lamar Jackson, and AJ Parker are all free agents after this season. And so then you're stuck with JC Horn, a guy who's always injured, who you may not even pick up his 5th-year option. So they're going to need some big-time help at corner.
Yeah.
And so I think the answer really is stay where you are. Get what you can get with 33 and 39. You'll get better at both at 2 key positions, not all 3, but, it depends on what's available there for you in the 3rd round and beyond. Maybe you can get yourself somebody, you can steal somebody at center who can take some of that pressure off of Austin Corbett.
I don't even feel like the Panthers have to, like when you talk about getting into the 4th round, day 3, pick 101, they have I think that's their pick is 101 and 141. I don't even think for the Panthers it's about trying to get a steal. I just think you have to go into this with a mindset of we need to do some quality roster building. Because let's be honest, you're not at a point where you need a steal. I'll give you a great example. Braves fans a few years ago, Diesel, when they were in their rebuild, they had one of the best closers in baseball, right? Atlanta, let Craig Kimbrell go. When Atlanta let Craig Kimbrell go, one of the best closers there is in the game, a lot of Braves fans thought, why would Atlanta let one of their best closers go away from the roster? Well, the reason was, Diesel, they were in rebuild mode. My point is, same situation for the Carolina Panthers. You don't need to worry about trying to get a steal. You don't need to worry about trying to get the next Travis Kelce. You need to worry about building your roster with talent and filling these needs, filling these holes. And then as you start building a roster back up to where you can be competitive and get games in the 4th quarter, then you worry about going and getting somebody that could be a steal, right? Then you worry about going and making a trade, making a big splash. But right now, in my opinion, the Panthers aren't in a position to go try to have to make a big splash in the 1st round.
And with just how little faith a lot of Carolina Panthers fans have in the franchise's ability to draft good players, I think you don't try to get cute. You stick with the best known quantities that you can. JD said it perfectly. You go after the best player available at wide receiver, at cornerback that you can, when they're available. That's what you have to do if you're the Carolina Panthers. So I think both of us are in agreement that if you had to choose between the options of stay where you are, which is 33 and 39, bundle those and try to move up into the first round, you could get a splash. You may be able to get a good guy, a good player like Brock Bowers. It's a little too expensive, but if you trade back, man, you're really kind of putting yourself at risk of some of these guys maybe not hitting. When we come back, we talk NASCAR with Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer as the Cup Series heads to Texas Motor Speedway this weekend.
So excited to bring on our first regular. That's right, Wire to Wire, a fairly new program right here on the Fan Upstate. He's Diesel. I am Cole Bryson. And Shane Connuck, he joined us last week on Friday. He's from the Charlotte Observer. He is a NASCAR expert. I mean, if you don't want to admit it, I'll say it for him. He is a NASCAR expert, just an incredible interview, and our listeners, our Tolos, really enjoyed him coming on last week. So we said, hey, let's make it a regular thing. So with that being said, Shane, it is time to head to Texas, and I'm going to ask you until it happens, will we have a Ford win this week?
Thank
Thank you guys so much for having me again. And I can't believe even you guys are saying that I'm a NASCAR expert now. So really honored and really excited to talk with you guys every week now and keep doing this. And now that we're headed to another 1.5 mile track in Texas, will it be Tyler Ford gets the win? I really thought it was picking Blaney for the third time in however many races this year would finally be the time that Ford would win. And, Blaney fell all the way back to his 20s early in the race, seemingly had no shot. Ford, seemingly maybe somebody else if it's a Ford, and Blaney himself works his way into the top 5 by the end. So if Blaney can't do it, even time when it seems like, I don't know when it's going to be time for a Ford to get a win. And at another big 1.5 mile track that has continued to cater to Chevys and Toyotas, I don't know if this week will be the time.
Shane, bring us inside how the state of Texas does NASCAR. There's that saying, everything's bigger in Texas. Like, what is bring us there. What does Texas do differently for NASCAR? How do Texans enjoy and celebrate and tailgate for NASCAR bigger and better than everyone else?
Well, like you said, everything in Texas is bigger and better. And obviously NASCAR is a sport that has a lot of roots in Texas. A lot of drivers come from Texas, drivers come from Oklahoma. People get into racing around there. But at the same time, it's not like the way North Carolina is really the home of racing. And a lot of these guys aren't, even if they grow up in a place like Texas around racing or a place like Alabama around racing, they end up having to move to North Carolina just because that's where everything is based kind of with NASCAR. So because of that, it always brings out a lot more fans. It has a unique fan base, any sport being in Texas, but especially NASCAR. And it has multiple tracks on the schedule around there that have been a big part of the sport over the years. And they've had Circuit of the Americas the past few years on the schedule, and they were there a few weeks back. And that's a big track in Formula One and some other, it's a big road course. And there have been a lot of ups and downs with it being in NASCAR. And now a lot of its future in NASCAR is a bit more uncertain. But still heading to Texas Motor Speedway now. A lot of opinions about this track as well. And I guess after COTA, there was a lot of discussion, even more discussion about COTA. There's a lot of discussion about the future of Texas Motor Speedway going into this week's race in Fort Worth. And so we'll just see after this weekend how much more NASCAR really continues to be in Texas.
Hey, Shane, speaking of Texas, that is one of the few tracks that NASCAR has dropped, that they've lost over the few years. This is to my knowledge, the only trip to Texas Motor Speedway this year. Do you understand or have any information on why that one's one that continued to get dropped over the last few years?
Yeah, a lot of drivers have different opinions about it. People have different things, but a lot of these tracks have continued to, certain ones becoming used for one race instead of 2 races. And Texas is one of those that still has one race, and a lot of drivers have a lot to say about the one race that is there. And that's something that I'm starting to think about some of these tracks, that if people dislike a certain track, there's a lot of things that, racing that hasn't been as strong on that track over time. And then certain things that certain tracks are going for. It seems like Texas Motor Speedway hasn't been able to produce as strong of racing as it has in the past. I think now they're really trying to just continue it, and a lot of drivers feel differently about it.
So, Shane, the race at Texas last year was a playoff race. That was in September. Obviously, the track conditions are going to be a lot different for a race here in April. How do you think moving it up to the spring is going to affect the way some of these guys run? Last year, it was Byron Chastain and Bubba Wallace, 1, 2, 3. How is moving the race up to the spring really going to change things?
Well, I think that anytime you have a race in the playoffs, there's just so much more at stake. And I think that this year, having different tracks in the playoffs later on, like you were saying, is going to kind of change things a bit. Like having the Darlington Southern 500 be the final race the regular season instead of starting the playoffs is going to be a big change. And then now they're going to be able to get back to Atlanta in the playoffs, which produced an all-time race early in this season, and then Watkins Glen to have a big road course early in the playoffs. So I think that those two are going to produce stronger playoff races. And then as for Texas, having it in the spring now is going to, it obviously removes that half the field, roughly about 16 drivers, are all really racing for something. Because if you're one of the top of the playoff field, you know your position, you're always going for something. But as soon as somebody wins once, they're on for maybe the next 3 rounds. So there's just a lot of drivers who have different things that they have at stake for themselves. And I think that now in the spring, we have a chance to just see another, either a great mile-and-a-half race like Atlanta produced earlier in the year, or we could end up seeing more of just another Texas race that's kind of unfulfilling in a lot of ways. But something I think to your point about William Byron, that if he's in the race, there's always a good chance that number 24 can somehow find its way in the victory lane. And so I think that whether this is a playoff race or it's not, this is a track where we're still going to be looking at those William Byrons, Kyle Larson, Benny Hamlins as the favorites to get into victory lane.
He's with the Charlotte Observer. His name is Shane Connuck. Shane, I don't know if you've talked to anyone with NASCAR or any drivers about this, but when it comes to not being able to pass as much at the short tracks, do you attribute that to the short track package or the tires that have ruined the ability to pass at places like Martinsville or other short tracks?
A good question. There's a lot of discussion about that now. And I think that a lot of people talk about the short track package as the first kind of thing, because something I noticed is that overall, there's a lot that NASCAR does with its rules that do have a tremendous impact on the race. Last week at Martinsville, Kyle Larson started the race from the pole and just dominated the entirety of the first stage. First 80 or so laps, there was no question, barely any movement in the leaders. And then when they restart and everybody pits and people have different strategies, Joey Logano decided to only take 2 tires and then quickly get out into the front and then actually led most of the second stage just simply because he did that. And you notice now that then still Kyle Larson, who that first stage led the entire race, nobody was close to passing him, just ran in fourth for pretty much the whole next stage, even though it seemed like he might have actually had the fastest car. So I do think that overall it's a bit more to be attributed to the short track package right now, because a lot of these tires, I think it's more, they end up impacting things on specific tracks. And you notice kind of depending on, for example, at Bristol and having a short track, and they had to put different resin down on there. And then there was another time at Richmond when they brought out wet weather tires because it had been raining. And that seems to be when the tires kind of have more of an impact, when they do something to the surface of the track specifically. And then overall, just that general issue that it's hard for guys to pass each other. And then even when you notice somebody like Kyle Larson just having the fastest car, or even when Chase Elliott led early in the final stage last time, it seemed like there was no passing him. But overall, it was just that Byron was smarter about when he made pit stops and all that, and then he ended up just in the lead and winning the race. And he's done that from other tracks this year. So I think that overall with the short tracks, it's a bit more of the package, but then on specific tracks, sometimes the tires could end up producing trouble passing as well.
Shane, I'm going to let you in on a little off-the-air situation that's happening in the studio. Cole just looked at me and mouthed, "He's so good."
Facts.
High praise,
man.
Cole Bryson here in the studio.
I'll say this, Shane. There's not a radio station in the upstate that has better NASCAR conversation than what you bring to us, man. Love it.
Wow, thank you guys so much. I'm yeah.
Left them speechless,
Yeah,
Diesel.
well, we're not done with you yet, Shane. So hold the thanks until the end of the interview, would you?
Yeah.
Plenty of time to screw it up.
Let me say something stupid first.
Right. Hey, we all try to do that every single day. Yesterday, NASCAR announced that the final 8 races of the season will be broadcast exclusively on the CW. What is being on the CW as opposed to some of the more traditional homes like TBS, TNT, other, over-the-air networks? What is it doing for NASCAR's ratings?
NASCAR's trying to get in front of a lot of different fans now. They're trying to reach as many new audiences as they can reach. And in this ever-changing society that we're in, and ever-changing with all the streaming type stuff, these Xfinity races that could be on USA Network, or they could be on even streaming on the same NBC type platforms they'd be on later in the year. If you're a NASCAR fan, you might throw on the Xfinity race on Saturday, and otherwise you wouldn't even know what it is. So I think that overall, every single thing it's doing is looking to bring in new partners, bring in new people. And with this, NBC Sports is still the ones producing these broadcasts that are on the CW. And Rick Allen, who has been the play-by-play commentator of Cup races on NBC for the last few years, is now going to be moving to the CW to call these Xfinity races. So that's something else, like the bigger story, the bigger thing you all heard about that is how Dale Earnhardt Jr. is actually in the future leaving NBC for the Prime Video broadcast that they're going to get to in the Cup for certain part of the season next year. And it's just because it feels like, again, even with Rick Allen, who's a known play-by-play NASCAR, or lap-by-lap, I guess is the term, NASCAR voice, it still would be, they feel good for the sport to have a top-tier crew in Rick Allen alongside Jeff Burton and Steve Letarte calling Xfinity races on a new network, the CW, that fans haven't necessarily been turning to before, and some other people might just, an up-and-coming network that people might be watching for other reasons, could end up bringing some more eyeballs to these Xfinity races later this season.
Hey, I'm glad you brought that up, Shane, because I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's a big NASCAR guy a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why, but I'm not the biggest Clint Boyer fan in terms of his color commentary. I went on Twitter during the race a few weeks ago, and I'm not the only one that feels that way. To you, just the guy who covers NASCAR, I know you may not hear from a lot of fans, but does Clint seem like he fits in well with Mike and Kevin?
Yeah, I personally enjoyed hearing Clint a lot on the broadcast. I think that he's funny. I think he has interesting perspective. I think being a driver not terribly long ago, but kind of not really being a super huge name, but also not being like a random, like he's a very known as a driver to NASCAR fans, and now at this point he's known as a personality.
Sure.
So I think he's interesting overall, but I do think that the Fox booth this year is really strengthened by that addition of Kevin Harvick. You know, he obviously, the name and who he is in the sport speaks for itself, but I think that he just sounds really smart, sounds like he has such an interesting perspective that just less than a year ago, he was down there on the track with these guys, and now he's really, and even toward the end of his career, he's kind of an older driver everyone looks toward, and now he's officially in the booth. And I think that having those three together is just really good. Again, Mike Joy, 45 Daytona 500s, called NASCAR for a long time, really good. And then a guy like Harvick, as good as he is, I think having Boyer kind of be a little funny sometimes is a really good compliment to the booth.
Shane Connuck, Charlotte Observer, joins us here on the show. Shane, you know, when I grew up, I used to see NASCAR drivers, Cup drivers would take a weekend off and they would drive up to Winston-Salem, and they would be in some hooligan races in Winston-Salem, or they would, a lot of guys used to go, race some Indy races occasionally throughout the season, and some still do. In what ways do you think being a part of the kind of tertiary side elements of racing, is it helping any of these guys, or is it just for fun? Like, do they actually pick up any additional skills? Is it just fan service? Is that really the main point of doing it?
I think it's cool how some of the best drivers have the ability to get in other race cars and other forms of motorsports and sometimes just dominate or look really good. And that's what's going on right now with Kyle Larson and how he's going to be running in the Indy 500 right before he runs in the Coca-Cola 600. And Larson is regarded as, even though he's a previous champion in 2021, but he's somebody who could be the champion every single year. And because of his abilities, when he participates in tests with different forms of vehicles, different forms of motorsports, and when he is now starting to really embrace running in IndyCar events, it shows you how, when you could be that fast on a NASCAR track and then you could also have similar speed on an IndyCar track, I think it just adds to your versatility overall as a driver. And I think Kyle Larson, for example, again, it's not like he's necessarily the best person in NASCAR or whatever, but there are aspects of what he does that he's the fastest driver ever. And then the fact that he can then go in IndyCar events and be impressive similarly, it is even better. So I think that, yeah, in a lot of ways, most of these guys, they're NASCAR guys, and then there are the IndyCar guys, and there are Formula One guys. They kind of do their own thing. I think that the guys who do try to participate in other events and then are able to perform well in them, it adds to just their abilities as a driver.
Hey, Shane, great stuff as always. However, I am a little disappointed that we went almost 15 minutes and didn't mention Denny Hamlin's name once. No Denny drama this week.
Yeah, no drama other than just the usual, the fact that he's still a contender and still a prime candidate. I think he's the most favorited Toyota driver to win this week at Texas, even in a week when we don't really hear about him or for any particular reason.
Hey, great stuff, man. We look forward to it and always appreciate your time, and we will talk to you next week.
Guys, really appreciate talking with you guys, and I'm very excited to talk to you guys more next week, and excited for some racing down in Texas this weekend.
Absolutely. You can follow him on Twitter at Shane_Connuck. Great stuff. Diesel, for people, that aren't necessarily NASCAR diehards.
Yeah.
I don't know of a better guest that can help you understand and get into the sport.
Yeah, for some people it takes, it takes essentially having a teacher, having a guide, somebody who can get you excited and give you reasons to go and watch. I mean, look, when I was a kid, I had to be exposed to it for the first time and by somebody who was excited about NASCAR and who could teach me the intricacies, the ins and the outs. And having somebody like Shane on, man, he gives you reasons to be excited about watching these guys go out there and perform week in and week out. It's amazing to me how people can look and say a sport where guys are driving 150 to 200 miles an hour, banging into each other is not exciting, right? Like that.
Sure.
Everything they're doing is so exciting that you just got to dive into it, right? You just got to make yourself get into it, and then you can. When we come back, because it was such a popular feature the first time.
Oh, boy.
The first time we did this on the show, we're going to bring back Snapchat AI function and start asking it deep dive questions about the Masters.
Wow.
You got questions about the Masters? Anything at all. We will ask Snapchat AI and get the real answers for you. That's next here on the Fan Upstate. It is Wire to Wire. I'm Diesel. He is Cole Bryson. Welcome to a brand new show here in the afternoon hours on the Fan Upstate. Quick look at what's going on with the Masters. Bryson DeChambeau still in first place. Max Homa in second. Scotty Scheffler, has had a tough couple of holes. He has fallen back to -5. So he is bogeyed 2 and fallen back to -5. He sits in third place. Some of the other key names that you guys really are going to care about. Tiger Woods. Let's see if we can find Tiger Woods here on the leaderboard. Tiger Woods. Excuse me. I know this is bad radio.
He finished the day 72. That's what he shot today.
Okay.
I don't know where he is. Did you say 29th, I thought? 29th or 30th? I thought it was just a few minutes ago. I could be wrong. Depends on what everybody else has done. But he did finish the day just probably 30 minutes ago. He shot 72 on the day, which is pretty impressive.
Xander Schauffele tied for 24th at +1. That's where Tiger is as well. Tiger is at +1, tied for 24th. So he seems obviously very, very safe to make the cut. Those who are right at the cut or who may be in danger of falling beneath the cut, looking at guys like Vijay Singh, looking at Thigala, looking at Ricky Fowler, who looks like he's not going to be able to recover. He's on the 10th. He's at +6. He's going to have to probably get himself into +4 territory or better. So he's going to need to birdie 3 down the stretch if he wants to make sure he makes the cut.
What's really interesting, a few weeks ago at Ingles, we did do the Snapchat AI and brought AI into the conversation. I wonder, and we're about to find out, I really wonder if AI is so good that it can track the Masters live. We're fixing to find out.
Yeah.
This could get good. All right, what is your first question? You want to ask about Tiger first?
Yeah. Okay. So ask AI Snapchat. What are the chances Tiger Woods finishes inside the top 10 at the Masters?
Wow. That is a deep question. All right. I have sent the question. Hey, what are the chances Tiger finishes inside the top 10 at the Masters? And Robot, as I have it labeled on my phone, AI Snapchat has responded already. Hey, the chances of Tiger finishing in the top 10 at the Masters are looking pretty good. He's a talented player, so let's keep our fingers crossed. Now, what does pretty good mean? I mean, are we generalizing this AI?
So we had Tiger at 24. Tiger Woods is +1. To get inside the top 10, he needs to be at -2.
I said, how good? And it came back and said, Tiger's chances of finishing in the top 10 at the Masters are really promising. He's been playing great lately, and his experience at Augusta National gives him an edge. I'm feeling pretty confident about his performance. Tiger emoji. So I guess it's not good enough to track in real time.
No, but I mean, it's
still an
certainly
opinion.
kind of throwing the optimism at us. The fingers crossed. Let's hope for the best.
I don't know. I'm trying to stump it. I'm trying to ask if it can tell me who's leading in real time, and I don't think it can because it's so it's more, it's more of a generalized conversation.
There's a lot of people out there terrified that AI is going to replace all of us, and it can't even Google who's leading the Masters.
All right, what about the concession stand question?
Yeah, if I only had $10, what should I get at the concession stand at the Masters?
There's no way it gets this, is there? There's no way.
It has to be able to look up all the concession prices.
All right, here we go. If you only have $10, says AI, you can still enjoy some tasty treats at the concession stand. I recommend trying the famous pimento cheese sandwich, which is a classic choice at the Masters. It's delicious, affordable, allowing you to savor the experience without breaking the bank.
Okay. I mean, it knows the popular choices there. It knows what people like to chow down on. Mad Craft here has an interesting question to ask. Do you know where Augusta gets its beautiful sod from?
Well, I'll get to that. The next one I had was, what should I do if a patron beside me passes out drunk at the Masters? AI says if a patron beside you passes out drunk, it's it's important to prioritize their safety. You can notify the nearest staff or security personnel at the event. They are trained to handle these situations and can provide the necessary assistance. It's always better to ensure everyone's well-being. Boo, that sucks.
Boo. Treat it like it's the waste management. What should we what
Oh,
would we
yeah.
do there? I just leave them lying face down in the pool of their own vomit.
So what was the sod one?
Madcraft said, ask it, where does Augusta National get its beautiful sod from?
There's no way it guesses this.
You don't think?
There's no way. We need to place a bet, but we don't have time. All right, I asked. It says Augusta National gets their sod from different sources, including local turf farms and specialized suppliers. They take great care to maintain the pristine condition of the course, so they choose high-quality sod to ensure the best playing surface for the Masters. It's pretty cool how they pay attention to every detail. It's not bad.
Ooh, ask it how you could fish the pond at the Masters.
I've always wanted to know that.
Do you think they have big trophy?
Oh, there's gotta be. There's gotta be. I have a friend of mine. We have that conversation every year.
Biggest fish I ever caught was out of a golf course pond.
All right. Am I allowed to fish the ponds at Augusta National? I'm asking AI Snapchat. And it responds, oh, fishing the ponds at Augusta National? That would be quite a unique experience. However, fishing is not allowed at Augusta National. The ponds are part of the golf course and are maintained specifically for the tournament. So unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to cast a line there. But hey, there are plenty of other places to go fishing nearby.
Well, don't they also they dye the ponds at Augusta?
They probably
when you
do.
watch them on TV, the ponds always look really dark and black. They dye them so they look good on TV.
All right, JD, we're coming to you and a couple other callers on hold. We've got to get to them up next, but we also have the 5 o'clock fight. We will get to your calls and your text. But first, what are we fighting about today? Find out on the other side. He's Diesel. I am Cole Bryson, and this is the Fan Upstate.
It's Wire to Wire. I am Diesel. He is Cole Bryson. It's time now for this segment that gets everybody up in arms. But before we do that, let's go to our good buddy JD on the line. JD from Simpsonville calling in to talk about what, Cole?
JD is coming in 3, 2, and 1. I had to hit the right button, JD. What's up, man?
JD, you hear that? You got Cole over here pushing buttons.
That is typical response whenever you call into a radio show. There's a couple of buttons that people got to hit. Quite honestly, guys, I was prepared to sit here and listen to the 5 o'clock fight on my phone, but I'll go ahead and get my comments in real quick. Cole, I'll tell you what, man. Today you have straight overcooked my bacon so much that I love crispy, bro. You've overcooked it so much you've made it flaccid again. I mean, we almost made it through a whole NASCAR segment a minute ago, and you ruin it at the end by bringing up the most ridiculous person in all of NASCAR by mentioning Denny Hamlin. Like, dude, we almost made it through the whole thing.
Well, you just did it again, JD. You just gave him more run.
Because I'm trying to get some text messages and calls from you.
Well, no, yeah, and then now I got to bring it up again because you ruined the whole thing, bro. And then not only that, I'm on the YouTube stream. And Cole, I don't know what typing school you went to, bro, but it sounds like you over there working an old school typewriter.
We hadn't upgraded yet.
Click, ding, 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 click. You moving the paper back and forth. And then one more you got me on, it is the Kentucky hire. And I'm sorry to backtrack, but I'm going to get it all in real quick.
Yeah, might as well. Unload it.
After that. But, man, the Kentucky thing, dude, if the Gamecocks would have hired Landon Powell, this is what I was texting about. If they would have went that route to begin with, like Kentucky obviously didn't, and they know they have to get back to a culture program. And so they hired a great X's and O's guy with Pope. He had a 6 seed in BYU. Granted, he's never won a national championship. He's never won a tournament game even. But he's an X's and O's and a culture guy. And we all know what culture can do for you.
You know how many coaches in the NCAA are great X's and O's guys?
Oh, no.
Brad Brownell's a great X's and O's guy.
It's Kentucky, man.
I don't disagree. Kentucky did not get who they wanted to get, but I don't think it's bad for them. This guy can maybe lay a culture for a couple of years and then get into it. And then, yeah, maybe like Diesel said, maybe he's just a stopgap guy. But they got to get some kind of culture built there because literally – everybody from 2012 on has been a one and done. Anybody of any value for that program has been a one and done. And I'm not a Kentucky fan. Shoot, don't let me sit here and toot their horn or nothing. I'm Gamecock through and through. But anyways, guys, thank you for taking my call. I'll get off here. One more thing. If the Panthers trade up, it better not be for Brock Bowers. I'll see y'all at Dave & Buster's.
Yes.
Solos, nice. Do better. Get on the stream.
Appreciate that, JD. Hey,
calling them out.
Truth is, Cole, it's part of Kentucky's culture to be one and done. It's not like it started with John Calipari, okay? It's not like he's the first one who thought, hey, let's bring in these great 5 stars and only have them stick around for a couple of months.
Sure.
No, it's part of their culture to be a one and done type of program. But here we go. We're going to get into this 5 o'clock fight. Before we do, tell you how you can get in your fights, which we had somebody do earlier in the show. That was Adam Harris got his 5 o'clock fights in. Let's hit the intro. Yeah, every 5 o'clock, every day at 5 o'clock, Cole and I, we put our mouth guards in. We start throwing the jabs. We do the duck and weave, all that stuff. Okay, and if you want us to fight it out about your favorite topics, send me an email, diesel@thefanupstate.com. Just put the word fight in the subject line. Here's the rules. We have 3 fights. We have to disagree. We are not allowed to agree. You decide who wins each round. You decide who wins overall. So we need your scorecards throughout the process. And at the very end, you can text in at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. Let us know, and let us go with the first of today's 3 topics. Is Friday the best day of the week?
Oh!
We're just limiting this to the work week. We're keeping this all 7 days of the week. And I say, who the hell thinks Friday is the best day of the week?
Me.
You gotta go to work on Friday.
No.
You know, this ain't Europe where we have the 4-day work week and people get Fridays off. Now we got to go to work on Friday, and not working is always better than working, even though we have a great job, even though we have a fun job.
You don't want to reel it back in there.
Yeah, I know the boss man is listening. I know, but you know, Saturday has college football. Saturday has golf. Saturday, you can go out and do whatever you want to do, get yourself as exhausted as you want to do, and then you still got a full day to recover before you all got to go back to work on Monday.
So I hear you. I love Saturdays, but I'll tell you why Fridays are better. I am I'll use the word "and" because it's proper English. I am an anticipation guy. I love the anticipation of my favorite things, whether it's football or hunting season or waking up in the morning to go catch a fish, Diesel, or if it's anticipating the start of high school football. I love anticipation. To me, the build-up is what the best part. The build-up's the best part. It's the best experience. Getting there, the build-up to whatever event you're looking forward to is my favorite part, hands down. And I will say because of that, Friday is definitely the best day of the week. George Jones said it best. It's finally Friday.
Who is it? Miranda. What was her last name? Miranda, the singer who had that really annoying ass song, the Friday song. What was her name? Not Miranda. Rebecca Black. But because of that song by itself, Friday loses. What the hell is wrong with you? Rebecca Black and Friday. Give me a break. It's Saturday.
No,
Here
man.
we go with round two.
Round two. Fight.
Cole, have you seen The Rock lately?
I saw him at WrestleMania.
He is enormous.
Yes.
In his 50s. He is in his 50s, and he's enormous. But when you look at photos of The Rock now versus photos of The Rock when he was in his 20s, something besides his muscles looks a lot bigger. His head is gigantic. He's got one of them Barry Bonds heads now. So would you do steroids like The Rock? We have to assume he's on steroids. No way he's not on steroids, right? Would you do steroids to get jacked AF like The Rock if you knew that it wouldn't shrink your nads?
Of course. Absolutely. If there's no side effects, if there's no risk, who wouldn't do it?
That's not the only side effect.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's the most important.
I mean, your head may not be able to fit through your shirt collars anymore.
Oh, that's okay.
You may not be able to get it through your car door when you got to get in. I mean, you got the back knee, you got the bad attitude, you got the swollen nips, you got the water retention, you got the anger problems.
So, The Rock is absolutely the most physically built person out there at his age, right? To be that built and fit at his age, if you told me that big risk wasn't involved, sign me up.
Dave Bautista is 55 years old. He's still pretty enormous too.
Yeah, he is.
But he's also on steroids. So it's weird to think all our favorite wrestlers are old as crap. John Cena's 46 years old. Don't tell Mongo that I know who these wrestlers are.
Yeah, he is smiling ear to ear.
I only know Bautista because he was in movies. I only know John Cena because he was in movies.
Sure.
The Rock, obviously, he's been in the worst of the Fast and the Furious movies. They got really bad once The Rock came into the series. But no, you still can't do steroids. If you're just taking the one side effect off the table, all the rest still outweigh it. For some biceps, man, I can get my own butt in the gym and get some biceps. So,
all right.
What do you say? You can text in right now, 71307. Tell us round by round who's winning this thing. And we got one more to go. This one could be the tiebreaker.
Final round. Fight.
Is coffee better iced?
Ooh, I love it.
Currently sipping on some Joe right now.
So to answer your question, great question, by the way, coffee is 110 times better iced. You can drink it faster. You don't have to wait 3 days on the coffee to cool. You can add taste. Also, the water, the ice sometimes will water it down so it's not as strong. I know that's not
so
the
you're
goal.
telling me you don't like coffee?
I don't like black coffee,
Oh
okay?
my God.
So in the mornings, I take the coffee that I buy from the store that's already brewed. It comes in a jug, and I pour it into a cup of ice. So it's already cold, plus it's iced. The best coffee is iced coffee.
Get out of here, man. You can't drink macchiatos when they're iced because you're just drinking them out of a straw and then you're drinking all the milk before everything else. Look, man, like there's nothing better than waking up and you have the coffee pot that's already been set on a timer. You just wake up to a hot cup of Joe, man.
Ugh.
It's great.
It takes you
It is the
400
absolute
days to
best.
drink it, man.
Well, yeah, if you're a girly little bee and you need it to be lukewarm or cold.
Who has that
to
kind of
even
time?
Drink it. You just drink it. You just man up and drink it. No,
Third
coffee is better
degree
hot.
burn.
I'm rocking a hot cup of coffee right now. So there you go. That's those are our 5 o'clock fights today. Round 1 is Friday, the best day of the week. Cole says yes. I say, the hell's wrong with you? It's Saturday. Round 2, would you do steroids to get jacked like The Rock if you knew that it wouldn't shrink your nads? Cole said yes. I said no. Final round, is coffee better iced or hot? Cole says iced. I say hot. What do you say? 71307. Start your text with keyword fan.
What do you want Diesel and Cole Bryson to fight about next?
If you've got an ass, I'll kick it.
Submit your topics to Diesel at thefanupstate.com. Subject line fight on the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, and we appreciate Tolo Adam Harris, who got his 5 o'clock fight in. That's a dude. His is good. His
Is it?
really good? We're going to fight about this on Monday. So build some anticipation, Adam. We're waiting on you since Cole, you're an anticipation guy.
Yes.
We're gonna make Adam wait with the anticipation on Monday. But we want your text 71307. Tell us who won, and then send me an email at diesel at thefanupstate.com. Just put the word fight in the subject line, and we will fight about anything you want us to fight about. Anything at all. Sports, politics, sexual things,
Food.
all of it. We'll fight about all of it. So get in the comment sections there and let us know. Madcraft says round 2 goes to Cole. He said, hell yeah, I'd take those. I bet you would, Madcraft. You can't spend enough time in this.
Read trades.
No, I mean,
Oh.
Madcraft has got that, sinewy
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
going on.
Trey's cracking me up. He says on the stream, I got all of them, and I got all them problems, and I'm not on steroids.
JD says, I do have the Europe work week 410s, baby. Man, brag about it. Why don't you?
Hey, a couple messages coming in that Tuesday's the best day because it's Taco Tuesday.
Tuesday's gone with the wind.
Taco Tuesday.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret here, guys. You can have tacos any night of the week. You don't have to just have them on Tuesday. And like LeBron,
Yeah, but
I think LeBron
started that.
LeBron ruined. First of all, LeBron didn't start Taco Tuesday.
No, he started the
But LeBron
Taco Tuesday.
ruined Taco Tuesdays because of that.
No, he didn't. He made it even better. All right, on the text line, we have a lot of text to get to. All the way down to the bottom, 6 minutes ago, one texter chimes in and says Friday is better. The next text, Cole is just a good old Southern boy, hunting, fishing, sports. I'm convinced you could steal my wife. Well, no worries. I don't plan on doing that anytime soon. Another texter, Cole wins all 3. Tolo says round 1, Diesel. Round 2, Cole for Diesel hating on Fast and Furious. Round 3, irrelevant because I don't like coffee.
Man, the Fast and the Furious movies were good for 1 and 2. After that, they've been awful.
I do agree with that.
I
do agree with that. And I actually have seen those.
I saw a video yesterday on Instagram. Tyrese, somebody brought to him at a track Paul Walker's old Skyline, his Nissan Skyline GTR, and he was like, "Man, I hadn't seen this car in so long." And you're just like, "Okay, that's cool." Like he's got a little blast from the past. And then Paul Walker's brother comes out from the side of the frame, and he looks just like him, and it's scary. And Tyrese starts breaking down, man, starts crying. Like they were all brothers, and that was
the first one's the best one.
It was the absolute best.
It was the best.
It was the absolute best. It was the one that didn't have the ridiculous premise.
Sure.
After that, they got silly.
Another texter said Cole wins all 3. Round 1 goes to Diesel. Round 2 goes to Cole. Another texter says hot coffee is better. I hate stretch neck collar, says Atolo on my shirt, so Diesel round 2. Another texter, 1 and 1. I'm going into 3. I'm not sure what that means. All right, 100% hot, says a texter. Get your ass in the gym. John Dog, appreciate that text, John Dog. Cole wins round 1 and 2. Another texter says Cole wins round 1, Diesel wins 2 and 3.
You missed the texter who said Saturday, no roids and hot coffee. That would be a clean sweep.
Oh,
truly.
that would be you. You're right. At fan, if we come up with something for the text for the fight, that text continues. We'll get back to that. Cole wins today, says one texter, and then the last text that just came in a few seconds ago, Cole wins round 1, Diesel wins round 2 and 3. I really do think I had more than you today. I think this is the first time all week I think
Really? I don't know, man. That was.
I had one all week, Diesel. God.
Well, that's because you have terrible opinions. Okay, that's your own personal.
Let me win once. Let me win once.
You just have to be more convincing. That's all. That's all.
I do mean that. I'll tell you another reason. On the hot coffee take real quick. I'm a hot-natured person. Like right now, I am burning up. I'm always hot.
It is hot in here.
I'm almost sweating. Like,
yeah.
So the thought of when it's hot, which is in South Carolina, it's hot a good bit.
Yeah.
I don't want to put something in my body that's warm.
Man, you should try Cuban coffee then. You don't have to drink much of it, but it's super, super, super strong, super caffeinated.
Is it ice?
And you're just, but you're only drinking like an ounce. And
it's a shot.
Yeah, it's a shot, but it's uber concentrated coffee.
Like espresso?
More concentrated than that.
Wow.
Way more concentrated.
Wow, that's deep. That's deep. All right, we appreciate those who have chimed in on the 5 o'clock fight. Again, on Monday, we will have 3 fresh ones for you, and you let us know who wins. All right, coming up next, we're going to go back and circle back to a conversation you and I were having to start the program. We did not finish this, so I want to get back to it. A Twitter thread about Clemson and Florida State that was very intriguing. This is one of the rare threads that do have legs to it. We'll talk about it next. What am I talking about? A Twitter thread. Find out on the other side. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and this is the Fan Upstate.
Damn, my buddy Jason is down at the Masters right now. I didn't even know he was going. That's awesome. Yeah, it's hot. And the AC is turned all the way down.
Hey, when it comes to choices, the Ingles grocery department really stands out. We believe at Ingles that your shopping experience should be easy to navigate. Well, guess what? That's why we have wide aisles, great prices, choices, selections that bring you the products you need and want for your family. Thousands of organics at prices that will surprise you. Really, have you been to Ingles lately and looked at the prices compared to other stores? It really will blow your mind. All right, we are back. We are locked and loaded until 7 o'clock tonight. Hope you can turn it on and leave it on all the way until 7. We have some daily wires to get to, as well as an interesting text that I got earlier in the week. We'll get to that, Diesel, coming up.
Yeah, definitely want to do a shout out here for Brian Pettit, who is listening in Easley, who is watching us on the stream today. That's awesome, man. Whatever way you choose to watch the stream, we'd love for you to jump in. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, search for the Fan Upstate, and you'll find us right there.
I'll say this about that text from Brian. Over the past few days, sometimes we miss text because we do get a lot of text and messages.
It's a great thing.
We have gotten a lot of messages over the last few days from new listeners. We did at Wednesday at Ingles, had one or two messages from Tolos reaching out that were listening to the show for the very first time. And we appreciate you being a part of the show as we are talking sports and making you a part of the program. We love it, and we want this show to be very, very interactive. It is still fairly new, and we're grateful for you. All right, some daily wires. Daily wires, headlines, that's what we call them on this program. Ippei, our good old buddy Ippei Mizuhara, has found himself in a little bit of a hot water situation. He is now, Diesel, in federal custody. After surrendering to law enforcement, he's accused of stealing more than $16 million over 2 years from Shohei Ohtani. Wow.
Yeah, so if all this is as we're being presented right now, I owe Shohei Ohtani a big apology, right? Like I said, there's no way that he's not complicit in this somehow. How are you that stupid or that deaf or that blind or whatever that you let $16 million get out of your account? How does nobody on your financial team catch it? And I still have a lot of questions about that. And I'm thinking to myself, this feels like just a fall guy who's taking the fall for Shohei. I don't know what they're going to make him a made man when he gets out of jail for this. I'm not sure. I mean, he's potentially facing 30 years for bank fraud if he's convicted on this. $1 million fine. Like, I think I'd figure out a way to pay down $1 million fine before doing 30 years in jail.
Yeah.
And then again, obviously Ippei is not the greatest with money. So maybe I'd just rather do my time. I don't know. Like,
what is he good at? He's not a good thief.
Yeah.
He's not good with money.
I mean, I guess he's good at speaking Japanese.
Yeah.
And he's good at concealing his doings from his friends.
Also, another Daily Wire today. South Carolina men finished number 24 in the last poll. South Carolina women also finished numero uno. First time since 2004, both have finished in the top 25. The Braves, I don't know what the Braves did yesterday, if they showed up, didn't get off the bus or what, but they lost 16-4 to the New York Mets. Hate losing 16-4, but also hate losing to the Mets. However, they are back in action tonight. Hopefully they can get that bad taste out of their mouth and go on a little run. They're 7-4 right now. They are in Miami. Miami's 2-11, so you would like the Braves' chances tonight. Starting tonight as well, South Carolina and Clemson are both in action. Clemson 28-4. They host NC State, who is 18-12. South Carolina down in Gainesville for a huge SEC series. I mean, a huge series for the Gamecocks. They're 23-10. Florida 17-15 on the season. And then the last Daily Wire, Diesel, Kentucky nearing a 5-year deal with who? Mark Pope.
Yep. Coming out of BYU, had a solid season with BYU. I mean, look, he took BYU from independence to the Big 12, very tough basketball conference. Let me look up and see what his record was there at BYU basketball this season. But I mean, it's a solid result at BYU.
Had a good season, but they did not make the turn. Or did they? Yeah, they did make the tournament.
They did make the tournament. Excuse me here for this being a little slow. 23-11. So 10-8 in conference, barely over 500 in conference. Out of conference really saved BYU this season. I mean, when you're playing teams like Life Pacific, Houston Christian, Southeastern Louisiana, Morgan State, they didn't play anybody really out of conference.
Yeah.
They played NC State in an early season tournament. They played Fresno State, University of Evansville. I mean, this record, now that I'm looking at this record and what his actual opponents were, I'm kind of souring a little bit on what BYU did this year. I know that they probably did that to game the system, knowing that they were going to have a tough run of it in the Big 12 in their first season. So like, I understand why you do it, but the numbers aren't as great as they looked. I mean, they lost to Texas Tech in the Big 12 tournament, and then they lost to Duquesne in the NCAA tournament.
You know what's fascinating? I was thinking about this morning. Who came out better? I didn't think I would say this, but who came out better, Coach Cal at Arkansas or Kentucky with Mark Pope?
We may be asking who came out better, Arkansas, Kentucky, or BYU.
Why?
Because Mark Pope, he has some name behind him, and we'll see.
We'll see. I just never thought I would. I thought that I would say, oh, Kentucky, they're in a much better position. But when you've asked the question, who came out better, Kentucky or Cal? Man, I don't know. It might be a lot closer than people think.
And here's a little live Masters update for you. Xander Schauffele has moved into a tie for first place with Bryson DeChambeau, -7. DeChambeau is on the 17th. Schauffele is on the 10th.
Brad wants to chime in on the conversation. What's going on, Brad?
Hey, Cole. As I texted you yesterday about 5 o'clock, that the Mark Pope name started picking up steam, nationally, you can say. And as a Louisville grad, I love it. I absolutely love the fact that they went that route, because and when I say they, I mean all of Big Blue Nation, they don't understand, because they've had that same mindset for the last 15 years that it's them and nobody else is even on the same planet. And, they're going to get a taste of reality that program and that fan base has yet to they really haven't felt that in the last 15 years. And, from an outsider standpoint, I think it is a good hire, but it's the first time they've had a coach that doesn't have that big name in a long time. And it completely shakes the landscape of college basketball, because when Kentucky doesn't have that name at the helm, it makes things a little bit differently. And I'll tell you a stat real quick.
Okay.
It's the first time in the state of Kentucky, from the two major schools, that both schools have a basketball coach without a national championship on their resume since 1922. So, I mean, the landscape of college basketball is changing. I mean, because it all goes back to other things now. So, as a Louisville grad, I love it, because it may not work, and that excites me. But
Brad, I just want to tell you, Brad, I love the fact you, as a Louisville grad, whose house is very much not in order either. Two seasons of Kenny Payne where you won 12 games over 2 seasons, lost to my App State Mountaineers on your own home court. I love the fact that you still call in. You still call in and you needle Big Blue. I appreciate that about you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a daily thing for me. I mean, it will always be a part of who I am, and anybody who goes to either school is going to have that same mindset. But seeing them as a program being brought back down to earth is one of the best feelings on the planet. This is better than them losing to a 15 seed. This is better than them losing in the first round every weekend, because that whole fan base has done nothing but trash, not just us, but any program who hires an unnamed or an unknown coach for basketball. But all
Hey,
they do is trash it because they've had Cal for so long.
Before we let you go, Brad, I asked a question. I want to get your thoughts being someone who loves the rivalry of Kentucky-Louisville. I asked a question just a couple of minutes ago. Who came out better, Kentucky or Coach Cal?
Oh, Coach Cal 100%. Because now he can go to Arkansas, which the expectation at Arkansas is a lot higher than people realize. But they're not going to want to run him out of town for only winning 25 games every year.
Sure.
They're just not. And that expectation with Kentucky, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, who would want to step into that expectation to where if you don't win a national championship every 2 or 3 years, they're going to want to run you out of town?
Well, Brad, I think Louisville definitely got the better end of the stick. You got the better replacement coach, Pat Kelsey, better than Mark Pope. So, congratulations to Louisville. And everything matters in that rivalry, just as it does here between South Carolina and Clemson. And I do think that Louisville is going to be better off than Kentucky for at least a couple of seasons. Maybe Mark Pope rights the ship and he gets them back to where they need to be. But in the short term, you guys definitely won that one.
Thanks for the call, Brad.
Yep.
Really good stuff.
Yep.
I like the rivalry. I like the passion there. I like the fire, the hate.
I love 12 wins in 2 seasons, and he's calling it a
Yes,
trash Kentucky.
yes. I love it. I love it, man. I love it. That's what makes it great. That's what makes sports so great. It really is.
Do us a favor, guys. We know that 30,000 new people are moving to the upstate every single year. Yeah. If you are just finding this show, this station, if you're just learning about Wire to Wire and the Fan Upstate, do us a favor, send us a text message and tell us that you've just moved here. If you want to tell us where you moved from, that'd be fantastic. And just let us know that you're listening. We definitely love to hear that stuff.
We will get to on the other side, Diesel. I know you're about to throw it to break, but on the other side, we'll get back to the conversation and the text message that I got on Wednesday about Clemson and Florida State.
Looking forward to that. That's next here on Wire to Wire. I'm Diesel. He's Cole Bryson, and we are the Fan Upstate. You got something to say? Give us a call on the renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone, 844-326-3663. If you're too scared to pick up the phone and dial, we'll take your text messages too.
Heck yeah.
Just know that we don't respect you as much.
And leave your name on the text.
Yeah. Leave your name on your text. We got a lot of people out there in this world. Cole,
Joey does
who
it.
like to do hot takes, who like to tell us that we're wrong.
Sure.
But never give their actual names in response.
Joey does it perfectly. If you're listening, Joey, I want to shout you out. When Joey texts in, he puts the word fan.
Yep.
And then his take. And at the very end, he says, Tolo Joey. He's got it, man. He's got it. He's got it.
We got a texture here that says they will run Calipari out too by throwing Tyson chicken tenders at him if he doesn't do better than Musselman. Well, texter, I'm glad that you brought that up because we had a similar situation in the NBA last night. It was a game between the Pelicans and the Kings, and Dan Harlan was on the call.
Kevin Harlan,
excuse me. Kevin Harlan was, I listened to a podcast. His name is Dan Harlan. Kevin Harlan was on the call, and he's one of the goats. He's one of the absolute goats of doing play-by-play.
Yeah.
And here he is calling the audio of the situation of a fan throwing food on the court.
This is great.
Williamson's got it. Pelicans hold on. Driving into Murray. Somebody's throwing something on the floor. 46 seconds to go and a whistle blew. It's a chicken wing. Why would someone throw something that good out on the floor? It's crispy. It's warm.
Yes.
And I almost had to go out and I'm so hungry.
I hear your stomach over here growling.
What's that guy? I hope he eats it.
Kevin Harlan's the best, man.
And then somebody threw a second chicken wing out there. Now, I don't know what they're doing out there in Sacramento because I do believe that was a road game for the Pelicans. Those chicken wings are expensive.
Sure.
You're probably spending $15 for an order of 6 chicken wings at an NBA stadium.
Oh, sure.
So you really, really have to dislike what you're seeing to spend $5 worth of chicken wings by throwing it out onto the court.
Madcraft. No, you did not. No, you did not just say that on the stream. Are we sure that wasn't a fat joke intended for Zion? Oh, Madcraft. He has lost a little bit of weight, man. Give him a break. He's playing good this season, believe it or not.
What is Zion listed as on the official ESPN.com? He is listed as
he's dropped
6'6", 284.
Yeah, he's dropped a few lbs. Listen, he did not take care of his body the first few years. As of today, he's been a bust, but he is playing a lot better. He really is.
A week ago, Pat McAfee show ran a clip saying that he had lost 25 pounds. So Zion's down 25 pounds.
That's good. That's really good.
It is to drop 25 pounds.
Yeah, it is.
It's not easy.
Running every night helps too.
Yeah.
Couple of texts. Yeah, that's a miss on
eating everything in sight. Also,
that's a miss on the Brad take. Says Atolo, Arkansas just ran a coach out of town who made a Sweet 16 and 2 Elite Eights. Wow. Shots fired there. Another texter, college basketball landscape is changing to the caller's point, and college football has been changing. Money is starting to show up. It's weird. Speaking of landscape, before we get to the top of the hour, Diesel, I want to circle back to this because we did hit on it as soon as the show opened, but obviously a lot different audience right now. A lot of people have joined us on the stream and on 97.1 Spartanburg, 97.7 Greenville. And for those that have tuned in as of late, I want to take you back a couple of days. So there's a Twitter thread that I want to get to in a minute, Diesel. But as you and I were on air, and I got your live reaction to this earlier today, but as you and I were on air Wednesday at Ingles Markets over in TR, I had a text message come in. So this text message came in at 3:27 Wednesday. This is from a friend of mine who played football at Alabama several years ago, but has ties within the program. So this text said on Wednesday, out of the blue, inside guy in athletic department, I'm reading the text verbatim, said Clemson and FSU are, all caps, joining the SEC. ironing out contracts, buyouts, etc. I said, you're kidding. He said, no. I said, athletic department at Bama, ? He said, yes, very reliable source. That's what's getting ironed out. A super league is forming, 3 super conferences setting up like collective bargaining, just like NFL, out with NCAA. So we went on the show Wednesday. I didn't bring it up because it was a text. You know, a lot of radio hosts would have broke the news and ran with it, but I just chose to sit on it. And I said, you know what? If it's true, there will be more come out. Well, the very next day, Diesel, a Twitter account ran by C.W. Lambert put out a series of tweets, a rather large thread. And in this thread that got a lot of traction, he talked about this very thing. He said that he had some legit insider information. So I'll paraphrase, but I'll also read a couple of the tweets. Here's what it said. My source, actually, let me scroll up to the very top. I have some legit insider information from a source in the sports broadcasting industry. Fast forward a little bit. ESPN has approached FSU, Clemson, and the ACC about a potential settlement allowing the Seminoles and Tigers to leave the ACC whenever they want. But an ESPN broker deal is only possible if FSU and Clemson leave for the SEC. ESPN is the exclusive rights holder for both the ACC and the SEC. Moreover, ESPN is a partner in both the ACC network and the SEC network. So ESPN would not lose money if Florida State and Clemson are in the SEC opposed to the ACC. Diesel, your instant reaction and the irony that came out one day after I received the first text message.
Well, look, the SEC will do in this situation whatever ESPN tells them to do because they are the pocketbook that gives them money every year.
Sure.
You know, I know that the SEC and the Big Ten like to feel like they're in charge of college football. Like whatever they do, college football will do.
Mm-hmm.
But then somebody at ESPN pulls a Bane from The Dark Knight Rises, and he puts his little hand on the guy's shoulder and says, "Do you feel in charge?" And that's what ESPN is doing. They're just unzipping and laying it out on the table, and they're saying, SEC, you're going to do what we tell you to do. ACC, you're going to do what we tell you to do.
And guess what?
They're all going to do it.
They're all going to do it. Again, this is not official. It's speculation.
Really interested to find out what happens for the ACC after 2036, because per what you just said there, ESPN has told the ACC that they will continue to honor their contract through the current grant of rights if the ACC lets Clemson and South Carolina out. I mean, they're going to get paid. They're going to get money from their media rights. So they're going to be made whole financially. But they're saying we're going to continue to fund you through. We're not going to blow up your conference, basically, if you do what we tell you to do. What I'm fascinated by there, Cole, is what happens after 2036 for the ACC. I mean,
well, I wonder if
ESPN say you've been good little soldiers. You've done what we asked you to do. We're going to keep funding you. You know, we're going to essentially fund you at somewhere as a tweener between Group of Five and Power, at that point 3 status. And we'll give you some money. We'll make it worth your while for doing what we told you to do. That's going to be interesting to watch too.
So the basis, Diesel, of this potential settlement, and by the way, if someone leaked this many details, it's probably not made up. You know, like this is a huge thread. It came from somewhere. Is it legit? 100%? We don't know. But I did get a text message in the day before that these two things that kind of do correlate. So the basis of the potential settlement are, number one, Florida State and Clemson would pay an exit fee equal to what Texas and Oklahoma paid to get out of the Big 12. Number two, the ACC would retain rights to Florida State and Clemson home games, but license those rights to the ESPN for SEC broadcast. Here's where it gets interesting. ESPN would pick up the option on the ACC's contract until 2036, as you mentioned, but would renegotiate terms to reflect the loss of value from losing Florida State and Clemson. The SEC, namely Florida State and Clemson, would be contractually obligated to play a top-tier ACC program each year.
So Madcraft asked the question, how do you stop Miami and UNC from doing the same thing? Well, Madcraft, they don't seem to be part of ESPN's plan.
And I don't know that they have the same.
They don't have the same clout.
Correct.
UNC has more clout than Miami probably at this point.
Sure, they do
today. I mean, what's to stop? I mean, ESPN has to be willing to let any of these brands who would be left behind out.
Yeah, and you know what? It probably wouldn't matter because they would probably be able to compensate for it. I mean, I just think it's so interesting that with all the lawsuits going on and all of the mess and all the disarray, Diesel, as you said, ESPN kind of holds the power.
They
so
do.
It'll be interesting, man.
We have an update here for you. I told you wrong earlier. I said Xander Schauffele. That's incorrect. It's Scotty Scheffler. That is my mistake. Scotty Scheffler has moved into first place at the Masters, -7. Bryson DeChambeau now drops to a tie for second place between himself and Max Homa. DeChambeau has finished 13. He may be able to regain a tie there with Scotty Scheffler. And this is obviously constantly changing. So we'll keep you updated as this continues to move around. And okay, just as I said that, Bryson DeChambeau has birdied and he is now retied for first place with Scotty Scheffler.
I like it, man.
This is all over the place. I am loving this. We are Diesel and Cole Bryson. This is Wire to Wire on the Fan Upstate. When we come back, we're going to replay a clip that we had earlier in the show, our chat with one of now our favorite new guests on the show, somebody that you're going to hear an awful lot of on this show, Shane Connuck from the Charlotte Observer. He covers NASCAR. He's got a lot of energy. We, of course, again, we're going to have this guy on now weekly to talk NASCAR. If you got questions, NASCAR related, we want you to send them in, not for this clip because this is pre-recorded, but next week when we bring this guy on, he will be here to answer your questions as well. We'll get to that interview next, right here on the other side on the Fan Upstates.
The official sports voice of the Upstate Fan. 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg. Live from the Free Odyssey app. You ready?
Let's go.
It's on the line! From the fields to the courts, and the gridirons to the tracks.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wired.
It is time to head to Texas, and I'm going to ask you until it happens, will we have a Ford win this week?
Thank you guys so much for having me again. And you know, I can't believe even you guys are saying that I'm a NASCAR expert now. So really honored and really excited to talk with you guys every week now and keep doing this. And now that we're heading to another mile-and-a-half track in Texas, will it be Tyler Ford gets the win? You know, I really thought it was the picking Blaney for the third time in however many races this year would finally be the time that a Ford would win. And, you know, Blaney fell all the way back to the 20s early in the race, seemingly had no shot. Ford, you know, seemingly maybe somebody else if it's a Ford. And Blaney himself works his way into the top 5 by the end. So if Blaney can't do it, even time when it seems like, I don't know when it's going to be time for a Ford to get a win. And at another big mile-and-a-half track that has continued to cater to Chevys and Toyotas, I don't know if this week will be the time.
Shane, bring us inside how the state of Texas does NASCAR. You know, there's that saying, everything's bigger in Texas. Like, what is bring us there. What does Texas do differently for NASCAR? How do Texans enjoy and celebrate and tailgate for NASCAR bigger and better than everyone else?
Well, like you said, everything in Texas is bigger and better. And obviously, NASCAR is a sport that has a lot of roots in Texas. A lot of drivers come from Texas. Drivers come from Oklahoma. People get into racing around there. But at the same time, it's not like the way North Carolina is really the home of racing. And a lot of these guys are, even if they grow up in a place like Texas around racing or a place like Alabama around racing, they end up having to move to North Carolina just because that's where everything is based kind of with NASCAR. So because of that, it always brings out a lot more fans. It has a unique fan base, any sport being in Texas, but especially NASCAR. And it has multiple tracks on the schedule around there that have been a big part of the sport over the years. And they've had Circuit of the Americas the past few years on the schedule, and they were there a few weeks back. And that's a big track in Formula One and some other, it's a big road course. And there have been a lot of ups and downs with it being in NASCAR. And now a lot of its future in NASCAR is a bit more uncertain. But still heading to Texas Motor Speedway now. A lot of opinions about this track as well. And I guess after COTA, there was a lot of discussion, even more discussion about COTA. There's a lot of discussion about the future of Texas Motor Speedway going into this week's race in Fort Worth. And so we'll just see after this weekend how much more NASCAR really continues to be in Texas.
Hey, Shane, speaking of Texas, that is one of the few tracks that NASCAR has dropped, that they've lost over the few years. This is to my knowledge, the only trip to Texas Motor Speedway this year. Do you understand or have any information on why that one's one that continued to get dropped over the last few years?
Yeah, a lot of drivers have different opinions about it. People have different things, but a lot of these tracks have continued to, certain ones becoming used for one race instead of 2 races. And Texas is one of those that still has one race, and a lot of drivers have a lot to say about the one race that is there. And that's something that I'm starting to think about some of these tracks, that if people dislike a certain track, there's a lot of things that, you know, racing that hasn't been as strong on that track over time, and then certain things that certain tracks are going for. It seems like Texas Motor Speedway hasn't been able to produce as strong of racing as it has in the past. I think now they're really trying to just continue it, and a lot of drivers feel differently about it.
So, Shane, the race at Texas last year was a playoff race. That was in September. Obviously, the track conditions are going to be a lot different for a race here in April. How do you think moving it up to the spring is going to affect the way some of these guys run? Last year, it was Byron Chastain and Bubba Wallace, 1, 2, 3. How is moving the race up to the spring really going to change things?
Well, I think that anytime you have a race in the playoffs, there's just so much more at stake. And I think that this year, having different tracks in the playoffs later on, like you were saying, is going to kind of change things a bit. Like having the Darlington Southern 500 be the final race the regular season instead of starting the playoffs is going to be a big change. And then now they're going to be able to get back to Atlanta in the playoffs, which produced an all-time race early in this season, and then Watkins Glen to have a big road course early in the playoffs. So I think that those two are going to produce stronger playoff races. And then as for Texas, having it in the spring now is going to – it obviously removes that half the field, roughly, about 16 drivers are all really racing for something. Because if you're one of the top of the playoff field, you know your position, you're always going for something, but as soon as somebody wins once, they're on for maybe the next 3 rounds. So there's just a lot of drivers who have different things that they have at stake for themselves. And I think that now in the spring, we have a chance to just see either a great 1.5 mile race like Atlanta produced earlier in the year, or we could end up seeing more of just another Texas race that's kind of unfulfilling in a lot of ways. But something I think to your point about William Byron, that if he's in the race, there's always a good chance that number 24 can somehow find its way into victory lane. And so I think that whether this is a playoff race or it's not, this is a track where we're still going to be looking at those William Byrons, Kyle Larson, Benny Hamlins as the favorites to get into victory lane.
He's with the Charlotte Observer. His name is Shane Connuck. Shane, I don't know if you've talked to anyone with NASCAR or any drivers about this, but when it comes to not being able to pass as much at the short tracks, do you attribute that to the short track package or the tires that have ruined the ability to pass at places like Martinsville or other short tracks?
It's a good question. There's a lot of discussion about that now. And I think that a lot of people talk about the short track package as the first kind of thing, because something I noticed is that overall, there's a lot that NASCAR does with its rules that do have a tremendous impact on the race. Last week at Martinsville, Kyle Larson started the race from the pole and just dominated the entirety of the first stage. First 80 or so laps, there was no question, barely any movement in the leaders. And then when they restart and everybody pits and people have different strategies, Joey Logano decided to only take 2 tires and then quickly get out into the front and then actually led most of the second stage just simply because he did that. And you notice now that then still Kyle Larson, who that first stage led the entire race, nobody was close to passing him, just ran in fourth for pretty much the whole next stage, even though it seemed like he might have actually had the fastest car. So I do think that overall it's a bit more to be attributed to the short track package right now, because a lot of these tires, I think it's more, they end up impacting things on specific tracks. And you notice kind of depending on, for example, at Bristol and having a short track, and they had to put different resin down on there. And then there was another time at Richmond when they brought out wet weather tires because it had been raining. And that seems to be when the tires kind of have more of an impact, when they do something to the surface of the track specifically. And then overall, just that general issue that it's hard for guys to pass each other. And then even when you notice somebody like Kyle Larson just having the fastest car, or even when Chase Elliott led early in the final stage last time, it seemed like there was no passing him. But overall, it was just that Byron was smarter about when he made pit stops and all that, and then he ended up just in the lead and winning the race. And he's done that at some other tracks this year. So I think that overall with the short tracks, it's a bit more of the package, but then on specific tracks, sometimes the tires could end up producing trouble passing as well.
Shane, I'm going to let you in on a little off-the-air situation that's happening in the studio. Cole just looked at me and mouthed, "He's so good." High praise. High praise coming from
man.
Cole Bryson here in the studio.
I'll say this, Shane. There's not a radio station in the upstate that has better NASCAR conversation than what you bring to us, man. Love it.
Wow, thank you guys so much. I'm yeah.
Them speechless.
Yeah, well, we're not done with you yet, Shane. So hold the thanks until the end of the interview, would you?
Yeah.
Plenty of time to screw it up.
Let me say something stupid first.
Right. Hey, we all try to do that every single day. Yesterday, NASCAR announced that the final 8 races of the season will be broadcast exclusively on the CW. What is being on the CW as opposed to some of the more traditional homes like TBS, TNT, other, over-the-air networks? What is it doing for NASCAR's ratings?
NASCAR's trying to get in front of a lot of different fans now. They're trying to reach as many new audiences as they can reach. And in this ever-changing society that we're in and ever-changing with all the streaming type stuff, these Xfinity races that could be on USA Network or they could be on even streaming on the same NBC type platforms they'd be on later in the year. If you're a NASCAR fan, you might put on the Xfinity race on Saturday, and otherwise you wouldn't even know what it is. So I think that overall, every single thing it's doing is looking to bring in new partners, bring in new people. And with this, NBC Sports is still the ones producing these broadcasts that are on the CW. And Rick Allen, who has been the play-by-play commentator of Cup races on NBC for the last few years, is now going to be moving to the CW to call these Xfinity races. So that's something else, like the bigger story, that bigger thing you all heard about that is how Dale Earnhardt Jr. is actually in the future leaving NBC for the Prime Video broadcast that they're going to get to in the Cup for part of the season next year. And it's just because it feels like, again, even with Rick Allen, who's a known play-by-play NASCAR, or lap-by-lap, I guess is the term, NASCAR voice, they feel good for the sport to have a top-tier crew in Rick Allen alongside Jeff Burton and Steve Letarte calling Xfinity races on a new network, the CW, that fans haven't necessarily been turning to before, and some other people might just, an up-and-coming network that people might be watching for other reasons, could end up bringing some more eyeballs to these Xfinity races later this season.
Hey, I'm glad you brought that up, Shane, because I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's a big NASCAR guy a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why, but I'm not the biggest Clint Boyer fan in terms of his color commentary. I went on Twitter during the race a few weeks ago, and I'm not the only one that feels that way. To you, just the guy who covers NASCAR, I know you may not hear from a lot of fans, but does Clint seem like he fits in well with Mike and Kevin?
Yeah, I personally enjoy hearing Clint a lot on the broadcast. I think that he's funny. I think he has interesting perspective. I think being a driver not terribly long ago, but kind of not really being a super huge name, but also not being like a random, like he's a very known as a driver to NASCAR fans, and now at this point he's known as a personality.
Sure.
So I think he's interesting overall, but I do think that the Fox booth this year is really strengthened by that addition of Kevin Harvick. You know, he obviously, the name and who he is in the sport speaks for itself, but I think that he just sounds really smart. Sounds like he has such an interesting perspective that just less than a year ago, he was down there on the track with these guys, and now he's really, and even toward the end of his career, he's kind of an older driver everyone looks toward, and now he's officially in the booth. And I think that having those three together is just really good. Again, Mike Joy, 45 Daytona 500s, called NASCAR for a long time, really good. And then a guy like Harvick, as good as he is, I think having Boyer kind of be a little funny sometimes is a really good compliment to the booth.
Shane Connuck, Charlotte Observer, joins us here on the show. Shane, you know, when I grew up, I used to see NASCAR drivers, Cup drivers would take a weekend off and they would drive up to Winston-Salem, and they would be in some hooligan races in Winston-Salem, where they would, a lot of guys used to go, race some Indy races occasionally throughout the season, and some still do. In what ways do you think being a part of the kind of tertiary side elements of racing, is it helping any of these guys, or is it just for fun? Like, do they actually pick up any additional skills? Is it just fan service? Is that really the main point of doing it?
I think it's cool how some of the best drivers have the ability to get in other race cars and other forms of motorsports and sometimes just dominate or look really good. And that's what's going on right now with Kyle Larson and how he's going to be running in the Indy 500 right before he runs in the Coca-Cola 600. And Larson is regarded as, even though he's a previous champion in 2021, but he's somebody who could be the champion every single year. And because of his abilities, when he participates in tests with different forms of vehicles and different forms of motorsports, and when he is now starting to really embrace running in IndyCar events, it shows you how, when you could be that fast on a NASCAR track and then you could also have similar speed on an IndyCar track, I think it just adds to your versatility overall as a driver. And I think Kyle Larson, for example, again, it's not like he's necessarily the best person in NASCAR or whatever, but there are aspects of what he does that he's the fastest driver ever. And then the fact that he can then go in IndyCar events and be impressive similarly is even better. So I think that, yeah, in a lot of ways, most of these guys, they're NASCAR guys, and then there are the IndyCar guys, and there are Formula One guys. They kind of do their own thing. I think that the guys who do try to participate in other events and then are able to perform well in them, it adds to just their abilities as a driver.
Hey, Shane, great stuff as always. However, I am a little disappointed that we went almost 15 minutes and didn't mention Denny Hamlin's name once. No Denny drama this week.
Yeah, no drama other than just the usual, the fact that he's still a contender and still a prime candidate. I think he's the most favorited Toyota driver to win this week at Texas, even in a week when we don't really hear about him or for any particular reason.
Hey, great stuff, man. We look forward to it and always appreciate your time, and we will talk to you next week.
Guys, really appreciate talking with you guys, and I'm very excited to talk to you guys more next week, and excited for some racing down in Texas this weekend.
Absolutely.
He is Cole Bryson. I am Diesel. This is Wire to Wire. You Tolos, hope you've been listening the entire show. Those of you doing what you're told, you've been doing that since the very beginning of the show, and keep listening all the way until 7 o'clock. If you're good little boys and girls, maybe we'll get ESPN to keep funding your conference for a couple of more years.
I like it. I'd like for ESPN to fund some of my outfits.
Yeah, I love that too, man. Speaking of funding, somebody who just came into a nice little chunk of change over the past couple of weeks is Derek Brown from the Carolina Panthers. He just signed a 4-year, $96 million contract. And when asked what he's going to do now that he is a very, very rich man, he said, you know what? I think I'm going to splurge. I'm going to put in a pool. So Derek Brown, with all his money, I don't know where he lives. I assume he's got a big, beautiful house somewhere in Mecklenburg County. He has decided he's going to go Clark W. Griswold, and he is going to put a pool in his backyard.
He might live on the lake. There's a lot of people up there, famous people that live on Norman. Or
yeah, when I was a kid, like all the famous NASCAR drivers had their houses out on Norman.
Yeah, they did.
Except for there might have been more, but I know Dale Jarrett had his house on Lake Hickory.
Yeah,
And
small lake.
Yeah, it's a small lake that does eventually feed into Lake Norman.
Sure.
But his house, the interesting thing about his house is it's like kind of out on a promenade, out on a point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a huge, beautiful house. Not throwing any shade at Dale Jarrett at all, because he certainly spared no expense. But apparently his house, they did not quite give the land enough time to settle.
Ooh.
And rumor had it that there were a lot of cracks in the foundation at the old Jarrett homestead there in Hickory.
Not what you want.
No, I mean, hey, I've caught some big fish out of Hickory.
Yeah, it's a good lake.
Yeah. Fished it a whole bunch of times over the years. But he's going to put in a pool in his backyard.
Wonder if he's financing it.
So the question I would like to ask all of you here on the show, as we're coming down to the final 37 minutes of the show here today. If you came into $96 million in a contract, what would you splurge on? What would be the first thing you splurge on? So pretend for a minute that you are Derek Brown, okay? You're 25. You're just a few years removed from college. You were on scholarship. You don't have any debt from college. I mean, who knows? He might have a little debt here or there, credit card debt. Who knows? But you have no real debt, okay? And you're now stinky rich.
His debt to income ratio is probably pretty good.
It's pretty good. What would your first splurge be? You Tolos, jump on the stream, whether you're streaming us on Facebook, on YouTube, or on Twitter. Search for The Fan Upstate. If you're not yet, jump in there. We got 115 Tolos
there we go.
Watching the show right now. Let's get up to 150. Can we reach 150?
I think so.
By the end of the show. Whatever platform it is you like, make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button, the follow button, whatever it is there. Help us build out these platforms and make them bigger and bigger. Everybody wins when you do that. But what would be your first splurge, Cole? You're now a rich man.
I would probably, my first splurge. That is such a good question, because it is things you think about, like the whole conversation of if you hit the lottery, what's the first thing you do? I think I would probably have.
You got $24 million a year.
24.
All 96
oh,
up
okay.
front. You got 24 a year.
Let me do my calculator. Let me get my calculator
on that. You're paying taxes on that. I would imagine if you're, I don't know what the tax bracket is
15,
for somebody making
14, 15 million a year you're left with.
Yeah,
something like
so
that.
let's multiply that by, you're gonna take home about 65-70% of that.
Sure.
So let's multiply that by 0.6 just for simplicity's sake. So your take home is going to be about $14.5 million
a year.
Depending on what tax bracket that puts you in. But let's just say 14 million for simplicity's sake.
Yeah. That's only 1.16 a month. So I don't know if I would be able to afford that new truck.
Sorry, you're not going to be able to get a new Maserati on the first of every month. I mean, you could. You're not going to be able to get a new McLaren. Okay, no new McLaren every month.
That would equal down to $41,666 a day. I would probably diesel. It'd probably be a beach house.
A beach house.
A beach house.
Would you finance it or would you pay it off?
I think I'd. It would not be in Ocean Lakes. I'll tell you that.
You wouldn't Airbnb it.
It would no. It wouldn't be at Myrtle Beach. It wouldn't be at Ocean Lakes. Not even Surfside. I would probably have a beach house. That would probably be my first splurge because. What'd you say? 14 million a year?
14 million a year.
I mean, a beach house is going to be a little pricey, plus taxes, and depending on the state you buy it in, right? I'd probably go beach house in Florida.
That gets you a storage unit in California.
Yeah, and a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
I would probably go Florida, location-wise. I don't know. I love the
What if it gets blown over by a hurricane?
Well, that's true. I just love the coast. Like, I love the Northeast as well. Like, the Northeast, man, there's some good fishing up there. It might be a huge fishing boat. But I believe a beach house, man, like probably somewhere on an island, beachfront view.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We
great.
got a lot of Tolos checking in here. Trey says, I'm legit buying a street legal gravedigger. So you mean like a big pickup, right? Because gravedigger was a wagon, right?
I don't know.
Wasn't gravedigger a wagon? Like an old timey wagon.
Madcraft says a new bass boat or a deep sea boat. Yeah, I mean, I'd rock and roll with that.
Like almost like a van, kind of. Like it's an old truck.
Yeah,
but it has an enclosed back end.
What would yours be?
I would buy a fully restored, like retro modded, I don't know, probably like a 1950s pickup truck.
I love that.
Ooh. Yeah, like
I got one better.
Gorgeous, perfectly restored mid 50s truck. I honestly, I don't care what brand it is. I love them all. You know, all those trucks.
Ford, man. Ford.
So
you got to go
style.
Ford.
No.
You got to go Ford.
No.
All right,
it's just
so
a bleeping old rebuilt Dodge.
Shut it. All right. I'll tell you what mine, if it wasn't the beach house, I just, as soon as you said old truck, you've seen John Wick.
Yeah.
My first splurge may be John Wick Mustang, 1969, Boss 429.
You know, I just had a thought when I was taking a quick lap, stretch my
Sure.
legs in that interview. There's somebody sitting at the light over here in which would have been a 4th gen Camaro, so like a 90s Camaro.
Yeah.
Loud AF,
Mhm.
just sitting at the stoplight.
Sure.
And I was just thinking, why is it every time there's a jerk making a lot of noise in their car, it's always a Camaro driver?
You don't like
Every
that John Wick
time.
Mustang, though?
No, I love that John Wick Mustang.
Automatic shifter.
Man, mid 60s Mustangs.
Wood
are-
grain steering wheel.
Oh, yeah.
man.
I mean, a great answer would say I'd buy a mid 50s truck and Eleanor
Yeah.
from Gone in 60 Seconds.
I don't know.
I don't know if I would want the OG Gone in 60 Seconds Eleanor, which I believe was like a 72 3.
I was going to say 60s. Yeah.
Mach 2 fastback, yellow with black racing stripes, or if I would want the Nicolas Cage Gone in 60 Seconds Eleanor, which was a 67 GT500.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I've always been a Mustang Ford guy. I don't know if any of that compares to the 69, 70 Mustang. I mean, the hood scoop. John Wick Mustang, I think, is probably the best car movie. I mean, it's just so iconic.
It was a 70. So the original it was a 1971 Ford Mustang. Man, that's such a cool car.
You talking about John Wick's?
No,
Oh.
this was Gone in 60 Seconds.
How about a 1994 white Bronco?
Hey, those are probably going up as a collector's item.
Oh, I should have said that.
I saw a meme earlier that said
man.
if OJ's funeral doesn't look like this, somebody's doing it wrong, and it's a white Bronco with a bunch of cop cars behind it. Y'all are terrible.
I should have said that.
Y'all are terrible.
I should not have said that. One take says I would fix my 2005 truck, not buy a new one. I like that. I like a fixer upper.
Okay.
But if you have $16 million a year, you would
splurge.
I mean,
that's a smart move. Yeah, it's a smart move just to fix up your car. But you got $14 million a year, man.
Yeah.
I want you to think a little bigger.
Yeah, splurge, man,
that.
and go get a full tank of gas this time. Like don't just fill it up at halfway. I mean, we're really splurging here. $16 million.
You can afford to put in the mid grade this time.
Yeah. Come on.
Let's see. Trey did say the street legal gravedigger Badcraft responded to that and said might have to lower that hitch about 8 feet. If you I don't think that you're not going to be able to get under underpasses. Certainly not going to be able to get through the Starbucks drive-through and get your iced coffees there, Cole.
No,
with a gravedigger.
No. Listen, I'm all for a jacked up truck. However,
just don't squat it because that's first of all
it's illegal now.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God that's illegal because don't even get me started. Anyways, there's so many things I would splurge on. Derek Brown putting in a pool. I think, that's a good start. Yeah. Maybe he may repaint the outside or something and really, really go, big time if he wants to.
I get a pool that big. I'd get a huge pool and I would get my own Sea-Doo just for the pool.
Sure. He may even get a new mailbox while he's at. Wow. Hey, now the pool though, I mean, like you say, new pool, it could be like a pool,
infinity pool, like a gorgeous pool,
like 4 different pods of water, 3 waterfalls.
I would have like a Bass Pro style pond in my own house.
It heats up. The pool does.
Yeah.
It also lights up. It also has like massage chairs you can lay on and get your feet wet. I'm just thinking like if Derek,
you have to wait till year 2 of your contract to get some of those upgrades.
That's true. Trey says the car in Sylvester Stallone's Cobra. I'm sorry, computer's far away and I can't read. My eyesight sucks, as JD likes to point out. The car in Sylvester Stallone's Cobra is pretty awesome. 58 Sunburst Flying V would be dope, says Madcraft.
1950 Mercury is what the car was in that movie.
What movie is it?
Cobra. I've seen it once.
I hadn't seen
as
Cobra.
a kid. I've seen it. Here, I'll show you. I'll turn around the computer here so you can see it. That's
wow.
The car.
No, I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
You don't like the old
not
cars?
A fan. Nah,
all
that
right.
looks too like I'm going to a funeral car. I'm all good.
It kind of looks like a taxi from the 50s.
It does. Give me John Wick's Mustang.
Black.
I'll put John Wick's Mustang up against anything, any movie car. I mean, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
What was the old?
I'd put my dog through obedience training. That's not the first thing I would splurge on, but man, he needs it.
Is that expensive?
That kind of obedience training, yeah. I'm talking like world-class obedience training. Because he's a jerk right now at 10 months old.
I never thought you would. I mean, that didn't cross my mind for one of the first things to splurge on, but I get it. I mean, the reality of it is you can splurge on a lot. If
I'm that rich, I don't want my dog sitting in a crate all day.
Sure.
He needs to be able to manage himself in the house, right? So I'm going to need probably like 2 or 3 more.
Donuts. Yeah.
And then I'm going to need to have them all trained up.
And a housekeeper maid. I mean, you'll need a lot at that point, but good for him, man. I love, I like the stories where the players, make it big, get that first big contract, and then just go take care of their parents or friends.
I like the ones who are smart, though.
Sure.
I mean, a pool is a great splurge. Now, it depends on, right, like you said, what kind of pool he goes for. But I do like the ones who are smart and who don't just rush out and buy 5 cars and a new house for themselves and a new house for mom and all this stuff. Like be smart with your money. Like first thing you should do is splurge on one hell of a financial advisor who watches your accounts so that your interpreter
like
can't
Ipe.
take 16 million out of your accounts.
I would call Ipe would be my first splurge. Ipe, I got some good parlays, buddy.
Yeah.
That's
you need to set up an illegal sports book. Take all of Shohei's money.
Ooh, that's a good one too.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the casino and just, you like, I don't know if you're a big casino guy, but real quick before we hit a break, the last splurge.
I'm uncomfortable in them just because I realize how fast I can lose money.
Oh, yeah, big time. So every time I walk by a roulette table, I've always thought about like, I want to put like $5,000 on black, But if you had that kind of money, that could be a great splurge. Because think about it. You splurge $5,000 on black, all of a sudden you might have 10,000.
Yeah.
Or none.
Yeah. I've seen somebody not at a roulette table. We were in Curacao for our honeymoon.
Sure.
Almost a year ago. And, I had not spent a whole lot of time in casinos because we don't have
It's illegal.
We don't have.
You
we don't
shouldn't
have card
gamble,
games
people.
in South Carolina at our casinos, or at least if we do, I don't go to them. So I genuinely don't know. So anyway, we're at this casino, and we're playing blackjack, and we're playing, I think, at the $5 or $10 hand table. I think that's the only thing that's open because we're there in the daytime.
Sure.
And there's about 4 of us at the table, 3 of us at the table, and then some dude just comes up and starts throwing down like $100 bets, and he's 4th in line to get cards. And maybe probably truthfully doesn't matter where you are in line. Like chance is chance. You're going to get the cards that you're going to get.
Yeah.
But so this guy is 4th in line. There's 3 of us. We're all throwing down $5 and $10 bets.
Yeah.
And he just walks up and starts throwing down $100 bets. He does it like 2 or 3 times, loses a bunch of money, and just walks away.
A lot of people are like that, man.
I don't understand that.
Like you said, it can get crazy. If you're not careful, it really can. It really can. It's not the healthiest thing in the world. It's actually better that there's probably one. It's probably better, Diesel, that there's not one in South Carolina for my sake.
Yeah.
Because when I lived in Texas, I did go to Oklahoma. I was only like 45 minutes from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And every now and then my GPS accidentally took me to Oklahoma to the casino.
Yeah.
It happens.
I'll tell you this, man. Those Native American casinos, they're just taking it back.
Man,
one hand at a time.
No doubt. All right. Last segment of the program coming your way. Diesel and I will give you a Masters update. We will also have our daily wires for you if you missed out on any of those. And the last chance for you to get your thoughts in, 71307. Phone lines, we'll open them up. Last segment, 844-326-3663. Let us know who's going to win the Masters. He's Diesel, I'm Cole Bryson, and this is the Fan Upstate. I have something very interesting, Diesel, that I want to close the show with. And it's not the best news in the world for Clemson fans, for Clemson basketball fans that are wanting to get back to the Elite Eight. And I have a question for you. And I want to get to this tweet because this is where I saw this today. On Twitter, I want to give credit to the person who tweeted it out as I pull it up. Chapel Fowler, who covers Clemson football and more for the state, he tweeted this out, so I want to give him credit for that. I did retweet it, and I want to get to this tweet on in this last segment, Diesel. So, do you remember after the Elite Eight what R.J. Godfrey said to the press, the media that night?
I'm going to Disney World.
Oh, besides that, after he lost. No, not quite.
Oh, okay.
R.J. Godfrey said in an interview with TigerNet.com, I really do believe this is not our last time here. We're going to be back. I'm just so thankful for these guys, and I can't wait to get back on the court next year. The very first thing, I really do believe this is not our last time here. We're gonna be back, says R.J. Godfrey, who had a really good tournament, right?
He did, yeah.
He played really solid.
In some of those games, he was better than P.J. Hall.
He was really solid. I liked what I saw from R.J. Godfrey. So that's good news. R.J. Godfrey,
Clemson
feeling
fans
good.
gotta feel good about that.
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute.
No.
No, not quite. 13 days later, 13 days later, R.J. Godfrey decides, oh, well, I'm going to go ahead and hit that portal.
Right.
So after he told you, Clemson fans, Clemson Nation, Clemson Tigers everywhere, we're going to be back here next year, I believe it. 13 days go by. And Diesel, he just says, well, I've decided I'm going to go somewhere else.
How about that?
Is that a worse look for him or for Clemson basketball?
That's a worse look for him. I mean, that right there is the sign of a dude who will go anywhere to the highest bidder. I hope for the sake of this sport that more and more of these guys lose their ass on chasing NIL dollars. Like guys, they enter the portal and then they don't have a home. I know in football last year, there was something around like 40% of guys who enter the transfer portal don't end up on a roster somewhere. So their careers are done. Like it's a gamble. And I don't think enough of these guys know or realize that it is a gamble to enter the transfer portal. There's a very good chance you don't get picked up somewhere. I mean, R.J. Godfrey, a guy like him will, right?
You know what Dabo would say about R.J. Godfrey?
You're part of the problem.
He is, though. Dabo's right.
Yeah.
Dabo, he's right. Like you just said 13 days ago.
Yeah. I mean, we need these situations to not work out. I wish that there were guys who had enough influence. You know, somebody who transferred away from a Clemson, for example, or tried to, who entered the transfer portal from Clemson, and they're in the locker room the next year telling the next crop of guys, hey, you might want to realize that the grass is greener where you are. You know, what
Yeah.
Isn't it a Clemson saying, be good where your feet are?
Sure.
Isn't that one of theirs? I believe I've heard Dabo say that.
He probably has.
A Daboism. It's like, be great where you are.
He probably has.
So these guys are going to have to learn that it not always does it work out.
Well, I would like to go back to the 5 o'clock fight from a few days ago. No, I'm sorry. It was not the 5 o'clock fight. It was a segment where you asked if we were college football king, what would we do? And my third point was, and I want to do this here with R.J. Godfrey and every high school and college player in the nation, I want to ban the word committed because R.J. Godfrey, whether you like it or not, was not committed to Clemson.
True.
He was not. Committed means you are going to stick with it through thick and thin. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
R.J. Godfrey was set to be a huge piece of that offense next year. huge piece.
Yeah,
of
they
that
need
team.
it, especially with PJ not coming back. That's not good. PJ Hall, Diesel, as much.
Does he have
He actually has one.
year?
He actually has a COVID year left.
Yeah, but still have guys with.
I don't think he'll.
Did he redshirt? Did he medically redshirt?
I don't know.
And
I don't know how.
I thought that 2025, an incoming class for 2020, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 2024 should be the last year of guys with an extra year of eligibility, assuming they didn't have a medical.
What should be this year
as well? No, 20. I guess so.
That's crazy.
Jeez.
But let me say this. For as much crap as we give people, like when I say I want to take the word committed and ban it, I also do want to give credit to guys like PJ Hall, because PJ Hall, Diesel, I don't know the situation. He probably could have went somewhere else and transferred. He's good enough. He's one of the best, I think, one of the better big men in all of the nation. I do want to give credit to guys like him, especially him, for sticking with it and showing that regardless of NIL, regardless of transfer portal, you can stick with your team, and that's what he did.
Some of these guys, I believe, are truly just trying to extort their university's NIL collectives for money. Like RJ Godfrey could have no real intention of transferring. Again, he's going to get picked up somewhere. Unfortunately, there's no rule banning transfers within the conference. I mean, if we can only put one rule onto the transfer portal right now, I'd say no transferring within the conference.
You never know. Like he may I wouldn't bet on it, but he may land in the ACC.
He may. And I see the very real likelihood and possibility that guys enter the transfer portal hoping that their NIL collectives will throw more money at them. Let's just say he was already tabbed to make 20 grand in the transfer portal or in NIL at Clemson. Well, he enters the transfer portal, and then all of a sudden the NIL collective says, "Oh, now if you want to leave, we're going to offer you 75 grand or 100 grand or whatever it might be to try to get him to stay." And he'll say, "Oh, okay, I'll stay." And maybe it was intention all along, or maybe he just like, I really don't care where I go play as long as I'm making more money.
Madcraft said he saw somewhere where PJ Hall was 55th in draft ranking. However, you want to take that. LOL, says Madcraft. Listen, I think PJ Hall last year, when he thought about going pro, I think he made the right decision coming back. But I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you. My opinion, I think he goes. I don't know
how much more he can really improve his draft stock.
Sure, and I think I'll be honest with you. I have this conversation and debate with a lot of people. I think PJ Hall's an NBA player. I really do.
He's not going to get any bigger. He's not going to get any stronger.
And he had a great run, man.
He had a fantastic career at Clemson. They made
leading scorer.
Leading scorer. I mean, I think this might be the peak, because what if he either injures himself, which is bad. He would have a insurance policy against that, so he would be fine there financially. But what if he has a down season through no fault of his own?
Sure.
I mean, what if the players around him
just aren't good,
and he can't achieve what he achieved this year, and then all of a sudden he hurts his draft stock? I mean, you got to strike when the iron is hot.
Hey, 50,
and it's as warm as it's going to be.
55 in the draft rankings, not bad.
No,
I mean
that's a second rounder, right?
Yeah,
that's a second rounder.
Late second. Early third. Yeah. I mean, no, that's not bad at all. I mean, I think PJ Hall has what it takes to play in the NBA. And we've seen guys from his same high school this year having really good seasons in the NBA in Clowney. I think he goes pro. Clemson's in trouble though. I mean, PJ Hall leaving potentially, obviously now with RJ Godfrey and some of the other guys, the cupboard's bared.
Yeah, I mean, Clemson they're going to have to rebuild from scratch. And maybe this is Brad Brownell's real opportunity. If he wants to prove himself as a real X's and O's coach and doesn't really want to have to do as much work in recruiting, which he would have to do a lot, maybe this is his opportunity to say, hey, look, Clemson, open up the coffers.
Yeah.
Get me the transfer class that I need, and I will prove to you that I am the X's and O's mind that a lot of people think I am, and I will get you back to the NCAA tournament.
I just hope that Brad Brownell, I mean, he's already lost a few, and I hope that he's not in the same situation as Coach Cal.
Now, I met with the team. There is no team.
I hope he's not in that situation, man. There is no team. That might be the best audio. I met with a team. There is no team.
Coach Cal is such a trash talker, man. I love that guy.
That's fantastic. I like him too, man. I hope it works out for him at Arkansas. All right, a lot of stuff going on this weekend locally. Diesel, obviously, the Masters still wrapping up. Who do you have this weekend? Clemson, NC State in 3, and then Clemson, NC State 3 games, and then South Carolina, Florida 3 games.
I don't think Clemson's going to sweep. I think Clemson will win 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
South Carolina at Florida, and this is one of those, like, the swing game could go either way.
It could.
South Carolina is not going to get swept. So let's go.
There you go. I like it.
First and foremost, they're not going to get swept. I do think South Carolina wins at least one. On the road, though, I know Florida is struggling a little bit at the moment. I think South Carolina, I think they get 2 out of 3.
I like it.
I do think that it's going to be tough. One of those is going to be a tight ball game.
Hey, that'd be huge for them, though.
Yeah.
That would really be really big.
Yeah, and taking a quick look at your master scores as we're about to take off. Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau, and Max Homa tied for first place at -6. Scheffler is on the 14th, has a chance to maybe put himself solely in first place today with a few holes left to go. Thanks for listening. I'm Diesel. He's Cole Bryson. Check out our podcasts on whatever platform you like to listen to podcasts. Make sure you give us a thumbs up, a like, a follow, a subscribe, whatever it is.
Tolo.
We'll be back on Monday, Tolos. Hey, Trey. Hey, Madcraft. Thank you guys so much for being here throughout the entire show, interacting for the entire show. That's awesome of you guys. Keep it up. We'll see you back on Monday.